And I can tell you, there will be progress in this game. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun.
Ally, you have chosen ally.
Okay. So. Need to program today, but mastering up the motivation for it is a bit tough. Have you tried to slice the work into smaller chunks? Sid Meier's civilization. This particular thing isn't that simple, sadly. Well, yes, I cannot tell what that is, but otherwise, I have a lot of documentation to read for new API. Yes, but my recommendation would be like, look, so you have this, and you know it's important, but you can still slice it up, you know? You can do and say like, okay, here's a documentation, how many pages does it have? Now, put them into chunks, and say like, okay, I'm going to read like 3 pages of this documentation, and then I will stop for 5-10 minutes, and then I will continue with the next 3 pages, and so on. I suppose I could split it up, but I work more efficient when I just power through something. Okay, that's fair. Even if you power through it, don't forget that you still need a break from here and there, okay? But like I said, you know better how you personally work, of course. I know that what I just say with make chunks out of it is a solution that works for many people, but that doesn't mean it applies to everybody. Like I said, you know best how you work the most efficient way. The reason I say split it up is basically like, if you sometimes have like the problem of not feeling like motivated to power through everything, it would be wise to do something like, okay, I need to do this. Let's say I make a theoretical example. Let's say you know you need to get through this until the end of weekend. So if you feel not as much motivated today, then I kind of would do the thing of saying like, okay, I do 1/2 of the thing today, and then the other half tomorrow, and I still finish reading through everything until end of weekend with this. Maybe it helps, I don't know. Otherwise, if motivation works that way for you, you can also say like, I power through all of this today, but in the end I will reward myself with this thing that I enjoy. It's a slippery slope for me, as I have had issues with procrastination in the past. I Can understand that. Like I said, the most obvious thing is basically reward yourself for doing a task at the end. If that works for you, then that is a usual good way to go with it. For example, for me, that doesn't work at all. Which kind of sucks. If I'm perfectly honest, I wish it would. It would make a lot of things easier. True, reward myself with femboys. Now that would be an interesting reward. I will reward myself with more code, aka punishment. Right. Yes. So, when we look here, we have a few things left to do. Now, we are more or less in the end game of this visual novel game. This is a very important storyline that is now going to unfold, and then we follow, like we already did, a specific way of going forward with the story. And basically from here on, it's mostly like, well, just stuff to experience. I don't really think we still have a puzzle room left to do. I think from here on, it's basically just story. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is the thing. Anyway. Yeah. To be honest, the AB game was the last thing on my mind. As chaotic as my thoughts were, they all centered around one thing. The mysterious white liquid.
Do you want to go see the results?
Sure. Luna nodded and walked off toward the projection, but I couldn't move. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching and opened my hand. The liquid didn't seem to have clotted or run out, since it was still oozing thickly out of the slit in my hand. What in the hell is this? It couldn't be blood, could it? No, that was impossible. No matter how many white blood cells clumped together, you would never get anything that looked like that. But did you know that you can turn a person's blood blue? And I'd never seen my blood do this before. In 22 years of my life, I'd seen my blood bleed many times. Scrapped knees as a kid, accidental nicks with a knife as an adult. But every single time, I'd bled red like any other human being. So why was it that this time it was white? What the hell is happening to me?
Hey, Sigma, what are you doing? Get the hell over here. They're gonna show the results.
Yeah, right. On my way. I did my best to compose myself and headed over to join the others.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Wow. Okay. This is the best round we've had so far. And if everybody would just have done this 3 times, everybody would be at 9 now. 878, 373. Doesn't look so good for Tenmyoji and Alice. Everybody else is fine.
Points have been assigned, or please.
Yes.
This is incredible. Look, everyone voted ally. You did just like you promised, Kay.
How could I choose Betray after what Phi said to me?
Tenmyoji and Dio voted ally too.
Of course. If we hadn't, Alice would have died.
Yeah, well, that's about it, I guess.
We should thank the both of you as well. I'm happy to see you also chose Ally.
Oh, I didn't have anything to do with it. That was all Sigma.
Then thank you very much, Sigma. Sigma? Sigma, are you alright?
Come on, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing.
Just say something.
Something. Huh? Oh, yeah, looks like we all allied. That's great?
Sigma, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, you've been acting a little out of it ever since we came out of the AB rooms.
Oh, Dio, would you like to come down here? We are all floating down here.
What happened? You make it past the Luna and get shot down?
No, nothing like
Hey
that.
man, it was a joke. You remember what that is? A joke?
Yes, it's standing in front of me.
You're in pretty bad shape, huh?
Before Dio could continue, the heavy metal rumble of doors shutting echoed through the warehouse.
The Ambidex gate round start. There is the Ambidex.
We can open the gates as many times as we want to?
If there wasn't like a time limit, you would just take the star key and go like, open AB gate, close AB gate, open AB gate, close AB gate, open AB gate. It's like, stop, Sigma.
Then, that means...
We can play the AB game as many times as we like. Right?
Hey, Zero Jr. said something about this, didn't he?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get the parent.
Yeah, right. Sorry to be a pain, but could you all show me your bracelets? I want to see what all your colors and assignments are.
Everyone nodded and held their arms out toward him. I stared at them, terrified to follow suit, but suddenly that refusing would only draw more suspicion. So I held out my arm. Can I English? So I held my arm out and tightened into a white-knuckled fist to hide the cut. When their eyes landed on my hand, my heart skipped a beat.
Huh. So Dio and Kay are a yellow pair. Luna and I are both pairs, but our colors are different.
Right. You're a cyan, and I'm magenta.
That makes Sigma the only solo, huh? A red solo. So what are the four we left in the infirmary?
Luna and I are pairs, so two of them are our partners.
That means the other two are solos. Although, I guess we don't know what colors they are.
They're probably green and blue.
Why's that?
Didn't you see them? There are a bunch of white doors in the Floor B warehouse. They have to be the next set of chromatic doors.
Ah, yes. Phi and I saw them as well. On our way back from the garden with the unconscious Quark. And there they were.
The map.
Each one had a box just like the doors on floor A. Given that, I don't see how there can be any question. Those white doors are our next set of chromatic doors.
I think that our bracelet combinations will have to add up to white in order to open the secondary doors.
Yes, Luna.
The pairs are cyan, magenta, and yellow. You see?
Yeah. If we need to make white, then the other three colors would have to be red, green, and blue.
Right.
Good. Now that we've got that figured out, I'm heading back to the infirmary for a bit. I want to check up on Quark and Alice.
I shall accompany you then.
Might as well go with you, I guess. No real reason to hang out here.
What will you two do?
I need to talk to Sigma about something.
About what?
Something?
Something? Her usual pleasant expression had been replaced with something much more solemn. She must have noticed that there was something wrong with me. That was when she wanted to talk. That was what she wanted to talk about. I was sure of it. Okay, fine. I managed to make my voice sound almost relaxed.
Whoa, hold on. A private talk? What are you guys plotting?
We're not plotting anything. I promise. It's nothing.
Fine, whatever. See if I care.
Your execution. You know, Dio, we are going to take 4 bombs and shoving them into your body from both sides. And then we will kick you out. Dio tossed his head with a mixture of arrogance and feigned disinterest and marched out the yellow door. Temioji and Kei quickly followed. In only moments, all 3 had disappeared. Goodbye! So, what was it that you wanted to talk about? I was almost certain I knew, but there was always hope. I did my best to act as if I was genuinely confused.
Oh, I don't really like this room. Could we go somewhere else?
Okay.
Good. I found somewhere nice when I was looking for Alice earlier.
I think I know where she wants to go. As strange as her request was, I had no reason to object. I kept my mouth shut and followed Luna as she headed off. Is it time for the map? Oh, no map. Yes, I expected that we would go here. The garden?
You know this place?
Yes, well, sort of. I came here once when I was looking for Alice.
Oh, I see.
So, what brings you here?
Isn't this nice? This is the only place in the whole facility with anything green. I feel kind of silly saying it, but it makes me think of the great outdoors. I think it's the perfect place for a serious conversation.
Yay!
Being surrounded by nature makes me feel happy. Oh, there's a bench over there. Would you like to sit down with me?
No! As I ran away, crying. She sat down softly and gently, and I lowered myself down next to her. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Instead of answering, Luna lifted the tiny birdcage pendant she wore into the palm of her hand. She was silent for a moment and then began to talk.
Can I tell you something? This is actually a music box.
Really?
Yes.
She twisted the key on the bottom and made an almost imperceptible winding noise. When she released it, soft, clear notes drifted out. It's a nice song. Why do you bring that up, though?
Because I wanted you to know, I guess. I wanted you to know more about me. Maybe it's because I'm so shy, but I don't really have any friends. Or even any acquaintances, really. So I've sort of always been alone. It was really hard. I felt so lonely a lot of the time. And it hurt. It felt like I was just kind of going to collapse from the inside out. That was when I got this music box. Someone very important gave it to me. They didn't say anything, but I felt like there was an unspoken message behind it. Luna, happiness is closer than you think. Do you know Maeterlinck's The Bluebird?
Yeah, of course I do. Who wouldn't? Haha, hee hee. Well, I know the gist of it. I think it starts on Christmas Eve. This brother and sister named Tiltil and Mittil get asked to find a blue bird by this old woman, and they travel to the dream world. Or something. Anyway, supposedly, if you can catch this bird, then you can make a wish come true. So they visit all these different places, but they can't find it. Eventually, they give up and go home, but then they wake up. The bird is in the birdcage in the hut.
That's right. It's a well-known story.
No, it's not. I never heard of that story.
And it teaches a simple lesson.
Yeah, like you said, happiness is closer than you think.
Right. It got me thinking. Maybe the person who gave me this music box was trying to tell me just that. I don't know if that's true. Maybe all of this is just in my head, but I really felt like that was what they'd meant. It was so kind. I kept it with me all the time, like a kind of good luck charm. But one day I realized something. There was another meaning to the bluebird. In Maeterlinck's original story, it doesn't end with them waking up.
There's more?
Yes. When Tiltil and Mittil try to feed the bird, it leaves the cage and flies away. And then the story ends.
Because happiness is fleeting, right? Whoa. What about the moral then?
It changes. Now the message is that just when you think you found happiness, you'll lose it again. I thought about that for a while, but in the end, it didn't change how I felt. I don't know what they intended it to mean when they gave it to me, but I decided how I was going to look at it. It means that happiness is something you should always be looking for, and it's only when you're pursuing happiness that you're truly happy. You know, Sigma,
Thank you, Bob. I'm so happy to see you. Oh no.
I think you might be Tiltil.
What?
You know, the boy who the old lady asked to find the bluebird on Christmas Eve.
What are you trying to say?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Where did you find Alice?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. Where did you find Alice?
Room 2 in the crew quarters.
Where were you before that?
I was in the lounge, whatever. That was after we'd split up to go look for Alice. English. The first place I went was the lounge.
So you went from the lounge to the crew quarters, where you found Alice. And then you rushed her to the infirmary, right?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me this then. How do you know about the garden? Just now you said you'd come here when you were looking for Alice. Didn't you? That doesn't make any sense. There wouldn't have been any time for you to visit the garden while you were looking for Alice.
I could have sent my spirit down here, you know. Spirit search and so.
So tell me, Sigma, how do you know about this place?
Well, I didn't know what to say. I couldn't even explain it myself. Why had I told her I knew about the garden? Why had I told her I'd been here before?
Sigma, are you a robot? Have you always been here?
What?
See, it would make so much sense if you were. That would explain why you knew about the garden, and it would explain that cut on your left hand.
Damn. So you did see it, huh?
Yes. I've been told that robots these days have what's called artificial biological tissue, or ABT, on top of a metal skeleton. It makes them look almost exactly like a human. And ABT uses this white liquid instead of blood.
For some reason, when Luna had called me a robot, I hadn't really... It hadn't really fazed me. Maybe because it was just so out there. It didn't sound like a real possibility. It sounded more like a theory you would get from someone in a nut house or on YouTube. Still, my hand was still oozing white liquid. Was I really a robot? No! That is impossible. I needed to stop doing that. Questioning myself so much was giving me heart palpitations. Luna, aren't you a little scared?
Scared? Why would I be scared?
Well, let's say I'm a robot. That means there's a pretty good chance Zero's pulling my strings. That would make me your enemy.
Oh, I guess so. Well, even if you were, I wouldn't be scared.
Why not?
Maybe because you're a robot.
Oh.
Have you ever heard of the 3 laws of robotics? They were a set of rules created by the science fiction author Isaac Asimov that he used in several of his stories.
Rule 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through interaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Rule 2. A robot must obey any orders given to it by human beings, except when such orders could conflict with the first law. Rule 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. There are several movies about that, and we have seen that this rule system has problems sometimes. Oh yeah, I've heard those before. That's just an ideal, though. you could work toward that, but I don't think you could ever actually achieve it. I mean, depending on how you program them, robots could do pretty much whatever they wanted to.
Yes, you're right. But I believe in them. In you. However you're programmed, I don't think you'd break any of the 3 laws. A robot without the 3 laws is just a bunch of metal and plastic. That's not you. You have a heart. You're a good person. It's in your eyes. Well, I guess I'm just kind of assuming you're a robot. There's still a chance you're not. We should run some tests.
Tests?
Yes.
How?
Well, the atom should be able to tell us.
Oh yeah, that thing in the infirmary, where nobody might reside. I heard the crunch of dried leaves behind us. But when I turned, there was nothing. Who is it?
Is someone there?
Just me.
Fine.
Sorry, but can you guys come over here? I need you to see something.
Is it a bomb? Luna and I looked at one another, shrugged, and stepped into the bushes.
Welcome.
What? How long have you been here?
I just got here a little while ago.
Did you hear what we were saying?
No. Were you talking about something you didn't want me to know about? Whatever. Just have a look at this.
I followed the line of her finger. Shit. This is...
An antimatter bomb.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure someone didn't move it here from the crew quarters. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's an entirely different bomb. Look at the number on the side.
It says 1.
And the one in the crew quarters said 3, right? Then that must mean...
Shit. And there's no question, huh?
I've got more good news. Just think about the numbers for a moment.
You're saying there's a 2 bomb out there somewhere?
I can't be sure, but it does seem pretty likely.
Damn it. That means we are dealing with a combined explosive power equal to 3 tons of TNT.
Yeah.
Who planted them?
Was it you guys?
Hey, Fi, I have a joke for you. And it's a guy with a hat.
I mean, you've been in here quite a while.
Hey, don't give me that. You're way more suspicious than we are. What were you doing in the bushes anyway?
Well, I was taking a walk.
Taking a walk. You really think I'm going to buy that?
Fine. You got me. I heard you two were off talking in secret. So I got curious and went back to the Floor A warehouse. Of course you weren't there. That seemed pretty suspicious to me, so I headed here. And just as I'd suspected, there you were talking on the bench. I snuck up from behind so you wouldn't notice me. Then, just as I was getting close enough to hear, I found the bomb. So, believe me now?
So, who planted the bomb and why was it Dio?
Honestly, it could have been any one of us.
No, it's Dio.
Anybody could have come here while we were all looking for Alice.
And it's still Dio. It was me, Dio.
We need to tell everyone about this then.
Yeah, you're right. We should tell everybody it was Dio. Let's head back to the infirmary. Hey guys, Dio planted another bomb. Everyone else was already there when we arrived. This is a good moment for us to lay down on the bed and use the atom. Clover and Tenmyuji. Kei and Dio, who planted bombs. And, of course, Alice and Quark. Both seem to be sleeping peacefully. You would never think to look at them that they had been completely insane not long ago. Alright, everybody, listen up. I told them how we'd found the number 1 bomb in the garden, and how, judging by the numbering on the 2 bombs we'd found so far, there was probably a number 2 bomb out there somewhere too.
Oh, this is bad. What are we going to do?
Well, I think Alice mentioned something.
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. You see it right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
So if we have the password, we can deactivate them?
Whoa, hold on a second. That's great and all, but we need that password input device she was talking about. Without that, we're still boned even if we did have the password.
Yeah. That's why I want all of you to let me search you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. Chances are whoever planted those bombs is in this room. There's also a good chance they've also got the device we need to deactivate the bombs.
So you're planning to search us for it?
Exactly.
But...
No buts. If you refuse, then I'll assume it's because you've got it and you planted the bombs. Unless you want that, I suggest you cooperate. Clear? Good. Now who's going to be first?
Wait,
Huh?
you only need to search 1 person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. The words were out of my mouth before I'd even realized I was saying them.
How can you... There's no way.
Yeah. I met Phi's gaze and nodded, then turned away. I know who set the bombs. The person... Oh, who could it be? Is it Alice? Is it Quark? It was me, Sigma. That person is you, Dio.
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Well, we are about to find out. Sorry, Kay, but could you hold him down?
Well...
It's on him, I promise.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
So, this isn't a court. Besides, all we want is to know who set up the bombs.
Ugh.
And why are you getting so worked up anyway? If you're innocent, then the search will show that I will look like an idiot.
Nice try, but that's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs?
Because
Just spit it out.
I know about the Myrmidons.
The what?
The Myrmidons!
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
Oh, that's not all I know. I know about Free the Soul and I know about Brother.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can tell you the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are. And I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Oh dear. Tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons were people. And what about brother? How would you know his age if I haven't said anything besides his name?
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
And how do you know that, Clover?
A terrorist?
Oh dear.
Left?
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone you two jokers. Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
AB plan?
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
God damn it, no! I leapt toward him.
Whoa there! Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
So? Believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
What?
Now that we've cleared that up, back off! Come on, move it! Go, go, go!
We had no choice. Slowly, carefully, we backed away. All of us, except for one. Tenmyoji.
Hey, Grandpa, your hearing gone? I said back off!
No!
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead, press that button.
What?
Tenmyoji!
Oh, something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
Not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That's all the opening Tenmyoji needed.
Yeah!
He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmyoji's leg shot out, knocking the detonator from Dio's hand. Shit. Not good.
What happened?
The detonator. He doesn't have it anymore.
What? What's happening?
That's a problem.
There's a red light on it now.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked.
What are you saying?
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Dio. If it is, the timer on the bomb automatically activates.
Damn, how much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
Yeah.
How do we stop them?
The emergency deactivation passwords.
None of us know them, though.
Right. None of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there?
Okay. I'll give you one, since I'm such a swell guy. The password for bomb number 2 is EQD DYR NTK.
Bomb number 2?
But we haven't found that one yet.
Oh? Well, my mistake. Must have slipped my mind. Well, there's nothing you could do anyway. You don't have the input device. Really, it'll be much easier if you all just give up.
Where's the input device?
Oh gosh, I wonder.
Where did you put the number 2 bomb?
Shoot, I just can't remember.
You son of a... tree.
Anyway, I think it's time for me to be moving on.
Moving on?
To where?
What, I have to explain everything? To the next world, of course?
No, wait. I threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the door. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
Continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
By then the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then he refused to stop. With increasing desperation he tried to get the hand I had grabbed it to his mouth.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the Soparil.
We don't have a choice, break his arm. No, if we put him to sleep we can't get what we need out of him.
You think I don't know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this.
Shit.
What are you doing, Luna? Go!
Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake! Luna, shut him up!
Right. Here goes.
As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There it was, just what I'd expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled towards the sink and tossed it into the drain. But it's pure acid. How much time do we have left?
About 20 minutes or so, I think.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
We put in those passwords and stopped the bombs.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have anything that might be the input device.
Well, only one thing to do then.
And that is?
We split up and find it. Unless any of you have another suggestion. A dismal silence filled the room. Even though no one spoke, I could see despair on every face.
Alright, no point sitting around until those things actually go off. We've still got a chance. Sigma, you come with me. We're going to have to go look at the number 3 bomb.
But why? This would be the perfect moment for me staying behind with Luna for unknown reasons.
See if the timer really has started or not.
Right.
All the rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
What?
Why there?
Just listen. Worst case scenario, we'll open the white doors and go through them to wherever they go. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Understood. We will take them to the Floor B warehouse. Once we've done so, we will begin to search for the input device in the number 2 bomb.
Good. Thanks. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile, then hurried after her. Meow. I don't think on the bomb you see like the time left, something like that. That's kind of weird. Anyway.
The light's flashing. I guess the countdown has started. So, what are we going to do? Without a way to enter the passwords, we're screwed. Right. We'll just have to split up and look for it. I'll look around here, you go check somewhere else.
Okay.
If we get to T-minus 5 minutes, then we'll meet back in the Floor B warehouse. Got it?
I wasn't sure what to say. If we hadn't found it by then, was there really any point in meeting up again? Well, you have to try.
Look? Don't worry. We'll figure it out, I promise. You know what they say. Swimsuits never quit.
What? No, that's not a thing. And it doesn't make any sense. Besides, why the hell are you cracking jokes right now?
I'm just, trying to show you that life is still worth living. After all, if you quit now, there goes any possibility of you ever seeing me in a swimsuit.
Oh, I see. Well, I admit, I'm a bit curious.
All right. Looks like we're on the same page.
Sigma, please.
They get moving. We don't have time to stand around.
Fine. Be careful, alright? I checked the time on my bracelet as I headed out of the crew quarters and into the hallway. It wasn't good news. Damn. Only 15 minutes. Need to hurry. I broke into a run. Na 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 na. Before long, I found myself in front of the infirmary. All too often, what you're looking for is right in front of you. We'd spent a lot of time in the infirmary, so it seemed kind of fitting somehow that it might have been there all along. Or maybe Dio had dropped it there recently. There was no way to know. And in any event, I had to start looking somewhere. Luna, you're still here?
Yes. The others are taking the people who are asleep to the white doors. I chose to stay here. I thought you might come back.
Why?
Because the atom is here. I thought you might want to use it. Isn't that why you're here?
What? I mean, yeah, I want to know what's going on with me. It's driving me nuts. Hell, I feel sick. But this isn't a time for that. Being a robot isn't going to mean a lot if I die anyway.
Oh, why did you come here then?
Isn't that obvious? I'm trying to find that input thing so we can turn off the bombs.
Really?
Yes. Why would I lie?
I see. I seem to have made a mistake. I knew you couldn't use the atom without me. So I stayed behind because I thought I might be able to help. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
She turned and headed toward the exit. Wait. I couldn't just let her leave like that. I sighed. How long would it take?
Not more than 5 minutes or so.
Are you sure? Only 5 minutes?
Yes.
That's pretty long considering how she used that device on Quark and Alice and it took her like, I don't know, 30 seconds? Okay, let's do it. Analyze my body. I lay down on the table. Luna picked up the Atom scanner and began to run it across me, slowly and methodically. In a few minutes, she was finished.
That's it. You can get up now.
I sat up and hopped off the table. The screen was already starting to show my results. So, what does it say? My eyes were glued to her face, looking for any signs of what the answer might be. She studied the readout for several long seconds before replying.
Well, it says you're not a robot. You're human.
I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My relief didn't last long.
But your body isn't entirely human.
What?
You're part machine.
Wait, what are you saying?
Look here. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human. They're made out of a titanium alloy. On top of that skeleton is artificial biological tissue. It's also called ABT. Your arms are cybernetic.
I can beat Jax in Mortal Kombat. Amazing. What does that mean?
Cybernetic? It means a mechanical system that interfaces with a biological one. You see all these root-like things around the titanium bones? Those are artificial nerves. They're probably connected to your own nerves, which is how you can move your arms. I imagine they allow you to feel things through your arms too.
What? No, this is ridiculous. I think replacing my arms with robot ones is something I'd remember. And I know they weren't always like this. When I was a kid, I broke my arm and they took an X-ray of it. The doctor told me I had really thick bones and that I must have done something pretty insane to break them. When the hell did this happen? Why did somebody replace my arms? Wait. Okay, let's say you're right, and my arms are cybernetic. Wouldn't that mean I don't have to worry about the bracelet going off?
No. Unfortunately, you probably do still have to worry about that.
Why?
The cybernetic arms are made to function just like real arms, which means they interface with the rest of your body, which means that anything injected into them is spread to the rest of your body.
How do you know that?
I just do.
That's not an answer. Why do I get worked up about this when I'm always doing this? That's lame as fuck.
Yes, you're right. But not everything has an answer. There are some things you just can't explain.
What?
Don't you know how that feels? How did you know about the garden? How did you know that Dio planted the bombs?
That's...
I'm sorry, Sigma. I wish we could talk some more, but our time is up.
Time? I pressed the buttons on my bracelet and felt my stomach drop. 1 minute. We've only got a minute left?
Sigma, there's one last thing. I was given very specific instructions.
I shuddered. Not because I was scared of what was about to happen. Because I was scared of Luna. She was calm, unnaturally so, like a machine with a human face. We were about to die. How could she be so calm?
Please pay attention. This is very important. You must be sure to remember it.
Remember? I was about to die. How was I supposed to remember anything?
Should you encounter a two-headed lion devouring the sun, remember GTF DML 016.
Hello there, Eyes. How are you doing?
With this key, the first gate shall be open to you. There you go. I hope we can meet again someday. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.
I'm well, you. I'm also doing fine, thank you. What? Before she could answer. Blue fire! See you in hell. As you wake up in hell and go like, shit, I never wanted to go to Mars. The world exploded into noise and light, and I disappeared along with it. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. We don't need to see credits, thank you. Sigma End. Arms Race Achievement. Okay, give me a second. We need to continue at a specific place, and for that I need to open a specific picture that I have here that tells me that it is not that extension name of that picture, but hey, whatever. Let's see. So, that was that. Okay, that is 7, 8, 9, 10. How is this 8, 9, 10? Wait, now we have the password. Now we can do first the leftmost storyline, right? We also have this. What is this even? Left of... Oh yeah. That's story log 3. Or shouldn't we be able to do that? We should actually be able to do that, right? I think. Maybe. would be strange if we wouldn't. I mean, now we have the password and the admin to access the computer, so we can definitely do the leftmost. But shouldn't we also be able to do this one? Let's try it if it works. I don't know if it works, and if it doesn't, we do the leftmost and come back to this one.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
All eyes were on me, wait, blah blah. Let me break down. I'm getting injected. Everything is blurry.
Sigma! Sigma, hang on! Hey, Sigma, get up!
Sigma!
Oh, oh.
And then the whole ordeal with Dio.
Give it back. Are we supposed to?
What are you talking? And
You right?
Yeah. Fine. Here.
Gives us the Accelevier.
Right, of course. Sigma! Sigma!
First, I guess.
9 minutes. 5 minutes. Must be a solution. Think. Maybe it works this time? I don't know.
Sigma, what's wrong with your hand? There's something white on it. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human. Your arms are cybernetic.
Gotta hand it to you achievement. What the hell was that? I have cybernetic arms? It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course my arms were artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why. Nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remembered having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I'd seen. I was certain it had happened. What the heck am I saying? I was certain it had never happened. Those things hardly mattered though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms were mechanical, however, that might be useful. I called up all the strength I had left and stood one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it already?
What?
Did I stutter? Open the number 9 door.
Sigma, what are you saying?
Looks like you finally gave up. Whatever. I was just about to flip the switch anyway.
Then hurry up and...
Hey, don't rush me. Kay, you've got 9 BP now, right?
Yes?
Well, what do you say? Wanna come with?
Oh no, he has doubts. How dare I? And him and everyone.
I will remain here.
Why?
I cannot abandon Sigma.
Don't worry about me. Go. You have to get outside and call for help.
But...
Do you think Dio will? If he's the only one who gets out, here, there's no hope for the rest of us. You're the only one we can count on.
I understand.
Great. Glad we got that settled. Shall we go?
No! Stop!
I began to move, but it was already too late. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down.
The number it will.
It's been fun. Peace.
I promise to call for help and return as soon as I can. Please, do not give up hope.
Yeah, I know. Just get going already. But... just you, okay?
Huh?
As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched. Then, calling on every last bit of strength my wearied body could supply, I launched myself toward him like a coiled spring. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up.
Hey! What are you doing, you bastard? The door's gonna close! Let go! Let go, goddammit! Let me go!
He leashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
Hey! What the hell is this shit? Why are you doing this? I kept my promise, didn't I?
Yeah, so did I. Far as I recall, it didn't say anything about letting you escape.
What? Shit! Stop screwing around, asshole! I have to get out of here. I'm not going to let my sacred mission get fucked up by some self-righteous idiot.
Dio began to pull himself along with his elbows, bit by bit edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door. But the gate was already beginning to close. With only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold and beyond the door.
Sigma! Stop! That's enough! Please, you have to let go! The door's going to shut on you if you don't let go!
Alright. See you later, Dio.
You're an idiot right up until the end, aren't you? Just hurry up and die, you senile old fuck!
I know what he's going to do. No. I. Going to live. That must hurt.
The number not this. Thank you. As the escape, please.
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired. So very, very tired. I felt my eyes flutter closed. And then, nothing.
Sigma! Sigma!
Finally awake, huh?
Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant the infirmary. Huh.
I guess they carried you out here after you passed out.
You guess?
Well, I wasn't there to see it. I was out just like you. But I was in the AB room.
Why?
That bastard Kay. He punched me in the stomach. I can't believe him. He didn't want me voting, so...
Whoa. And after he knocked you out, he voted betray, which brought his BP to 9.
Yes.
So, where is he now?
On the other side of the number 9 door. With Dio.
You told him to go, remember?
Oh. Yeah.
Is your arm okay?
Arm?
I heard what happened. Cybernetic arms, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. I was starting to get a feeling something was up with you.
I looked down at my left hand. Or rather, I looked down at where my left hand should have been. Instead, there was a star wrapped in white gauze? I think. I'd told myself I would do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me. But I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand. Oh yeah. How's Quark?
I'm right here.
Quark? Man, I'm glad you're alright. Feeling better?
Yep. Thanks to you. You got the medicine from that jerk Dio, right? Luna gave it to me and now I'm better. Thanks. You're the best, Mr. Sigma. You saved my life.
It seemed they'd shared stories while I was asleep. Everyone knew now how I made a deal with Dio and about the journal we'd found with the Latin in it. Wow. Clover and Phi seemed to have done most of the talking. Cheers
It
to
was
that.
completely the opposite of what we guessed.
What?
We're not infected. The rest of the world is. That means this place isn't a quarantine facility. It's more like a shelter.
Well, we don't know anything for sure yet. I thought the same thing you did, but then Sigma pointed out a couple of discrepancies.
Yeah. Phi and I have already gone over it, but I explained what I'd noticed. 1. If we were in the shelter for uninfected people, why had Quark been infected? Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have a lot of safeguards to keep anything from getting in. Had the virus really bypassed all those measures? It didn't seem likely. 2. The timing of our abductions and the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First, we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. We didn't know why Zero had put us in the nonary game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe?
Well, what about this? Maybe someone anticipated the pandemic. I don't know who. Probably Zero. Anyway, they grabbed us before the pandemic really started. Then they put us in the shelter. But then, after a while, he got bored, so he decided to have us play this game to kill time.
Yes, Clover, that makes perfect sense. Who on earth would make people he rescued play a game where they could die just because he was bored?
Well, we don't actually know if there is poison in this bracelet.
What?
You're the only one who's gotten injected so far. And when you did, it was only Soparil.
What are you saying? That what I did at the number 9 door was all pointless?
No, that's not what I mean.
That can't be it. I'm sure there's tubocurarine in the bracelets. The Adam's analysis confirmed it.
But what if the Atom is lying?
If you're going to do that, then we don't have anything to base any speculations on. You could say that the newspaper article was fake, or that the Latin journal wasn't real.
Or the journal was real, but my translation was a lie.
You made it up?
No, my translation was accurate. I'm just making the point that once you start talking about this stuff being fabricated, it doesn't stop. I don't think Zero is doing this just to take the piss out of a lime.
What?
I was just trying to stress that I don't think Zero would do this to pass the time.
How do you make that mistake?
However, I do think Clover has half a point.
Meaning?
That someone did anticipate this pandemic. That part seems reasonable.
Well, if the virus was spread on purpose, then I could see how that might make sense.
Yeah. It's not like Noah put all the animals on his ark after the flood happened. He went around before the rain started falling to gather them all up, right?
Are you saying that we were rescued because we're all that's left of humanity?
We were brought here because someone knew there would be a pandemic that would turn us into an endangered species? Does that mean we're supposed to repopulate the planet?
Repopulate. I looked around and did a quick inventory. But then my inventory was full and I couldn't proceed. 4 women, an old man and a kid. That meant I was the only young, fertile male. Why are we going there? Repopulation, huh? That didn't sound so bad. If that was the case, maybe there wasn't any reason to escape. Bro. If the newspaper and the journal were right, then the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would we go expose ourselves to that? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth.
The game's over. There's no point to any of this now.
No, that's not true. The game might be over, but we've still got a lot of unanswered questions. In fact, we've got even more questions.
So, are those answers going to open the number 9 door again? It's all over. Why we're stuck here doesn't mean shit. The 8 of us aren't leaving, ever. That's all that matters.
8?
You're including the old woman?
Bob. Hey, hi Bob. Bob, why are you back after 15 minutes? Why are you doing this to me? I swear, it's really like, it feels like 15 minutes passed since Bob was last here. I know it's in reality an hour, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know what?
It's been an hour, right? Time is like, let's go for a sprint, you know? Don't tell anybody, but I'm doing a sprint now.
What if the old lady is Zero Senior?
Yeah, you're right. We never even considered that.
But that would mean the person in charge of all this was murdered by somebody. That doesn't make sense.
Maybe she wasn't murdered.
Huh?
Are you saying she was infected with Radical 6?
And killed herself?
But we didn't find a knife or any kind of weapon in the AB room with her.
Maybe she was killed somewhere else. And then someone carried her in there.
What? That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe we should go take a look at her one more time. Maybe we missed something.
Sure, okay. We looked down at the body of the old woman. Fi was the first to move. Quietly and methodically, she began to examine the woman and her clothes. I just stood there. Even if she was dead. No, especially because she was dead. I just didn't feel right touching her. After a few silent minutes, Fi suddenly stopped. She pulled something from one of the old woman's sleeves and held it out towards me. A card?
Looks like an ID card for this place. Since it's got her picture on it, I'd say it's a safe bet the card is hers.
Huh, looks like her name is Kurashiki. Kurashiki. Ever heard it before?
Nope. You?
No. Anything on the back? Huh? Something written here. It says Jumpy Doll.
Well, actually it says pass equals Jumpy Doll. So I'm guessing Jumpy Doll is a password of some sort.
What the hell does that mean?
Beats me.
Looks handwritten. She must have put it on here herself, so she wouldn't forget it.
Yeah.
We were still looking at the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
Alice! What's wrong?
Alice!
Oh no!
What are you planning to do with that?
Fi and I turned around and gasped.
Damn it!
We ran to the other end of the room and skidded around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. Quark. She looked just like Quark had before he went insane. But that meant
Goodbye.
her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, then driving it toward her heart. Is it really going to credits now? Quark. End. An equal and opposite reaction. Okay, what a strange ending. but okay. Why not? Well, now we can go here. And I hope that the game is literally going to give me the solutions. Hopefully. Hopefully. You're gonna give me the solution, right? Right? Speak of solutions. We also have like two files which we basically didn't read. This we can now read. The Prisoner's Dilemma. Apple and Banana committed a serious crime and were arrested. Since they were accomplices, the police separated them for questioning and kept them from communicating. A detective visits each criminal and tells them the following. If neither of you spills the beans, you both go 2 years. You both get 2 years. If he clams up and you confess, you will get 1 year and he will do 15. But if you keep quiet and he gives up, you will do 15 while he does 1. So, I bet you're thinking, well, what if we both rat the other guy out? Pretty simple, pal. You both get 10 years. This is the prisoner's dilemma. Do you betray your partner or stay silent? In the AB game, however, sometimes the most rational choice isn't always the best ones. Antimatter bomb. This bomb uses the energy generated by the collision of particles and anti-particles. So how does it work? Phi explains. Imagine two types of matter that are exactly opposite, like male and female. When they are combined, what happens? According to quantum theory, their number add together to make 0, like 1 and -1, and they kind of disappear because they cancel each other out. They call that annihilation. But when they collide, they create something like a baby. Except the baby is sort of pure energy, a lot of it. So in other words, an antimatter bomb makes an exploding baby. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, but it sounds funny. Detonator. This is a device that will detonate an antimatter bomb. Technically, it's called a remote triggering detonation signal device, or RTDSD, which sounds ridiculous, but that takes a really long time to type out, so we'll just use detonator. This particular device has two modes of operation, immediate and delay. Pressing the switch when you're less than a meter away from the bomb. Pressing the switch when you're less than a meter away from the bomb will trigger the immediate mode, and the bomb will detonate immediately. If you're more than a meter away from the bomb, however, pressing the switch will activate the delay mode, and the bomb will explode 30 minutes later. Cybernetic arm. A device originally created to weaponize genetically engineered psychic bears. Just kidding, it's actually an arm augmented for online sex chat. Not really. In truth, it's the arm from a mysterious libido-powered robot. I'm just messing with you. A cybernetic arm is actually a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. In your mind. Really? It has a titanium alloy for bones, and those are covered with ABT, or artificial biological tissue. The ABT even has artificial nerves, so you can feel pain through it, just like a real arm. It has veins that connect to the rest of your body, so if you inject medicine into a cybernetic arm, it will flow to the rest of your body. Luna's necklace. The necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. If you twist the key on the bottom, it plays music. Someone special gave it to her as a gift, and she says it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. 3 laws of robotics. We read through most of that. 3 laws of robotics were created by the science fiction author Isaac Asimov and play a large part in the robot series. There's blah. Later on, Asimov also developed another preceding rule known as the Zeroth Law, which first appeared in his story Robots and Empire. The Zeroth Law of Robotics. 0. A robot may not harm humanity, or by inaction allowing humanity to come to harm. Clearly, the 0th law has priority over the first 3, so the first law would have the unwritten addendum except where this would conflict with the 0th law. Whether or not 016 was aware of this law is unclear, but can I English today? But in any event, 016 did act in accordance with it. I'm not sure if we can read this one here. I think we can. Sun, Moon, Star key. 3 different types of card keys generally found in the safes in each room and used to open the AB gates. Without them, you can't open the AB gate to play the AB game, which means you can't gain BP. In other words, getting one of these cards is the first step in your escape. The Sun key is used during the first round, the Moon key in the second, and the Star key for the third. Slingshot. An elementary device that uses rubber to launch a small projectile, frequently used by adolescents never-do-wells. Can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. Why would you wear a slingshot as a necklace? Test site mystery. The site in question was for a simulated manned mission to Mars held in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assuming to be one of the test subjects, saying the following: 6 of us are dead. Counting myself, there are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them. Not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. Most evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning of the Radical 6 outbreak, and that the Nevada facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. Termite. A general term used to refer to the insects in the epifamily of Termitoidae. I don't speak Latin. Of the cockroach order Blattodea. That's right. Even though they're sometimes called white ants, termites aren't even in the same family as ants. They're in the cockroach family instead. Also, king crabs are in the hermit crab order, and the remora is in the Perciformes order. Who cares? Have a nice... Words 03 says before he leaves. There are few variations. Having a nice trouble. Having a nice tragedy. having a nice trust. Conjunction. The term used in positional astronomy. The term used in positional astronomy. Put simply, it means that two celestial bodies appear near one another in the sky. When used in the context of our solar system, it often refers to a position where a given celestial body is aligned with the Sun. For example, when Mars is on the opposite side of the Sun from Earth, it is considered to be a conjunction with Earth. Mercury and Venus, which orbit closer to the Sun than the Earth does, have two types of conjunction. When they are hidden on the other side of the Sun, this is referred to as superior conjunction. When they are lined up on the near side of the Sun, this is called inferior conjunction. Tenmyoji's picture. This is the photo that Tenmyoji was holding. The subject is a girl named Akane Kureshiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game's sister title 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors as a childhood friend of Jumpy that titles the main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost looks like there's a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Actually, I don't. What? Don't worry, if it seems a little strange. A spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit who's looking after her. He must have shown up here because he'd heard what sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. Sure. Sure. Huh?
There's no one here. Yeah, maybe Dio... A sun? We probably can't use it unless... Sure, I'll give it a shot.
Oh god, hopefully it does work.
Just as I... Might as well forget about this thing for now. We can't get anywhere without a password. Let's see if we can find any of... This is the director's... Shall we?
Game, be nice. Okay? Just be nice. For once. Okay, the game is not nice. Cool. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. There we go. The game really wants me to take down notes on this. It's like, oh, cool. That's gonna be fun to input. Okay. GTF. GTF. Do I have 2, 3, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's no DM L 016 0 1 6, and the password is Milk Evoli, which is really funny. It's actually Milk Evoli. I know that it would make sense that it is Jumpy Doll, but it is not actually. So here's a little information for the people who have never played. Read it backwards. I love Klim. I love Klim, or I love milk. Is it meant to say I love milk? Because Klim is... I will return to this random tidbit I wanted to tell you. So basically, if you have never played Pokemon, in German, Evoli is actually the official German name of Eevee. So call it Milk Evoli is really strange and funny to me for all the wrong reasons. Hi. Come over here.
What's wrong?
I got in.
What? How did you figure out the login?
Oh, I just was lucky. I don't know. I just knew it.
What the hell do you mean you just knew it?
I just knew it means I just knew it. You gave me the same line when I asked you how you knew my name.
Why are you bringing that up? It doesn't have anything to do with this.
You're sure? It might.
What? I don't...
Look. Just forget about that. Come take a look at this.
Sure. Fine. Just let me get right on that. Are you out of your damn mind? Tell me what the hell is going on here. Why do you know how to log into this computer?
Are you even listening to me? Listen. We continued to yell at one another for several more minutes, because that is useful. But no matter what Vi asked me, I could never come up with an answer that satisfied her. Eventually, she seemed to give up.
Fine. You still don't make any sense, but I don't think you're lying.
Damn right I'm not.
And the AB game deadline isn't getting any further away. All right. Let's see what this thing has for us. Where are we supposed to start? Looks like there's tons of stuff in here. Oh, can you tell me the ID that you put in? I can try searching for that. Maybe we'll get a hit.
I gave her what she'd asked for. Get the fuck direct message me. Loser. Robotic Laws 016. Or something like that. The search returned several files, and after examining them for a moment, I opened one. Golem unit details. Are these product specifications for a golem?
Looks like it.
So was blah 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 a golem's ID?
Don't ask me. You seem to know more about all this than I do. Fine, whatever. Just read the file. Maybe it'll make more sense. Let's see here.
Luna.
Yeah.
Why is there a picture of Luna in this file?
There's something written underneath it. It says, appearance after application of ABT.
ABT. ABT.
It is this special artificial biological tissue what's called ABT. When a golem's all new and shiny, they've got a nice suit of ABT over that metal skeleton. Makes it look right human, it does. Even feels like real skin, with pores, a little bit of hair, and a few pimples, scars and the like. Truth to tell, I doubt you'd be able to tell the real from the fake, even if it was right in front of you. See, right in the middle.
I see. Luna was a golem. And DML016 was her product ID.
That must be what that must have been what Golem was trying to tell us when he was stopped. But why? Why would Luna be in the game?
I don't know how autonomous she really is, but I find it hard to believe she would have come here of her own free will.
So you're saying she was sent here by Zero Senior?
Probably. Look. At the bottom of the screen it shows her current status.
Currently operational. Executing special mission. You think her special mission is to participate in the game?
Probably.
So why did Zero Senior want a robot as a participant? You think maybe it was to supervise the rest of us? Maybe if something unexpected happened, she was supposed to correct it or something?
What if it was some kind of Voight Conf test?
Yes, let's talk about Void Conf, because everybody knows Void Conf, right? What?
It's from an old book. A test to see how human she was. Whether or not 8 people would be able to figure out she was a robot.
So it's the Chinese room.
That might almost explain the whole game, actually. Making us solve puzzles and play the AB game. All of those things could have been designed to give us a chance to see her true nature.
So it's kind of like the Chinese room.
Yeah. Luna is the girl locked in the room, and the 8 of us are the people outside it. Well, like I always say...
It's just a possibility, right?
All what matters is if the person next to you does what a human ought. Looks like a person, acts like a person, and talks like a person, then it's probably a person.
When did you figure it out? That she was a golem, I mean.
Right now. I didn't know until I saw this stuff.
You're lying. When I told you about what happened with Golem in the pantry, you said something about how this game might be sort of like the Chinese room.
I don't know why I said that. It just felt like it made sense.
Like you just knew it?
Yeah. Look, forget about that. See Luna's status?
Yeah, it says the same thing it did a minute ago. Currently operational. Executing special mission. Whoa. Wait, what the hell? Luna's D.
You think robots die? She was only injected with muscle relaxant.
Ten minutes remain until all play. If no...
Of course. Luna's the one who opened the AB gate.
That might not be the only thing she did. Look.
What do you mean?
What are the last 3 digits of her product ID?
016.
And where have we seen that before?
No. No, I don't believe it. Are you saying it was Luna who handcuffed Clover and Tenmyoji?
We should go check her body. You remember where it is?
The crew quarters, of course, I remember. We were right.
Yeah.
Why? Why would Luna?
And I trust him.
Five minutes.
Let's go. The game hasn't stopped. If we don't vote, we're going to get penalized.
Right. Off we go then. How many people are actually still alive in this storyline?
Invalid pair detected. Please retry with valid partner.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about this thing.
Right. Luna's bracelet.
Yeah, with her bracelet, there's 3 in this room. I stepped outside and set Luna's bracelet down, then headed back into the AB room.
2 minutes.
Alright, I'll go ahead and hit the start button. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Wait! Sigma!
Huh? Luna. Whoopsie daisy!
1 minute.
Wait. What the hell is going on? Why is Luna here?
She's probably planning on participating in the game.
You mean she's gonna take the bracelet and go into one of the other rooms?
Yeah.
How's she going to vote?
Betray. I'm sure of it. Why else would she have come here? If she wanted to vote ally, she could have just waited for the deadline to pass.
She's got 7 BP, right?
Yeah. Why are you asking, though? Her BP doesn't matter right now.
What?
Have you totally lost it? She doesn't have her bracelet on. And besides, she's a golem. She isn't trying to get out. Whether she has 9 BP or not doesn't mean anything to her.
Then why is she doing this?
Isn't that obvious? She wants to keep our BP below 9. Say she defaulted to ally. We could choose whatever we wanted, and we'd still get 9 BP. She's here to make sure that doesn't happen.
10 seconds remain until 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And I trust him.
2, 1.
So there are 2 story lines here, and we're going to go for the worst, which is a betray.
Round result. Ambidextrous.
Is it just me, Fi, and Luna? Luna! Where's Luna? I leapt out of the door and ran toward the EB room I thought she'd entered. But she's gone. Where did she go?
That's odd. We came out the moment the gates opened. There's no way she could have left already.
Then there it was. No. She didn't take it?
That doesn't make sense. Why would she show up just when we're about to vote? There was no reason for her to come here if she was just going to default.
Results, please.
Right, the results.
Yeah, let's go have a look.
Boom. Dead. Betray an ally. We have 10.
Points have please check.
Since Luna didn't vote, she got set to ally automatically. And the other 6 got penalized. Five of them are dead already, and Quark's bracelet is off.
It means all those penalties are meaningless.
Yeah.
Still don't know why Luna showed up though. There's no reason to come here just to abstain.
I can only guess at her reasons, but I'm sure it was part of some plan.
Plan for what?
Who knows? So what do we do now? Whatever Luna's scheming, we still managed to get 9 BP. Do you want to leave?
No, we can't. Still don't know if Quark is safe. No way I'm leaving before we find him.
I agree. I hoped you'd say that.
So, are you going to stay?
Of course. Let's get moving.
She spun around and headed for the sign door. I followed on her heels. Shit. He's not here either.
This is the last room. Well, the last room we can get into.
And we haven't seen Luna either.
Yeah.
Where the hell did she go? We were standing there, trying to decide what to do next, when we heard a familiar voice echo through the facility.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
What?
No, that's not possible.
What's not possible? But she only bit her lip and said nothing. Then all too soon, it was over.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked. Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
What? What just happened? It's all over now, isn't it? We're stuck here. Forever.
We should go back to the Floor A warehouse. I need to know if the door actually opened or not.
With that, she was off. Yeah. With a sigh, I turned to follow. Can't just look at the door and tell if it was opened or not.
True, but the projection should tell us.
What? Luna and Quark escaped?
So it would seem.
Why? How? Almost as if on cue, the screen flickered. And Zero Jr. appeared.
Well, well, well! Long time no Zero! Remember your old pal Zero?
You!
I'm guessing somebody's hoping for an explanation about what the diddly-o just happened. Because we're such great friends, I decided to make an exception and descend from on high to give you the 411.
What does 411 even imply? Is this America related? I mean 911 I get, but 411? Or is this a police code?
Aren't you happy?
So what's this explanation you've got?
Well, let's start with little Quark. He was given an anesthetic that put him to sleep. While he was out, Luna carried him through to the other side of the number 9 door.
But how did she open the door?
With Quark's bracelet, you silly bunny. It was still in the infirmary, remember?
411 is for public information, if I recall correctly. Okay.
Luna just hopped over there and picked it up.
So I was right. Quark had 9 BP when the second round ended.
Yep.
But didn't he get penalized after the third round?
Yes, he did. But a penalty can't take away your points. Just your life. The needles popped out and so on, but the points stayed the same.
So Luna took Quark to the door.
And since her bracelet was already off, she wouldn't have suffered the penalty.
No, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Oh, right. She's a golem.
All right, I think my tale is through.
Okay, well, I've got some questions for you, buddy.
Not you.
I don't know if you can still call that number for public information, but that used to be the case. Okay. Meh. Public information. Hello, I have a question. What is the purpose of life? Could you tell me? That must be public information, right?
Well, good thing you guys don't have questions for V. That guy's a jerk.
This isn't the alphabet.
You must be feeling pretty good if you're able to joke around like that. I mean, 6 people just died here. It's not really a big deal. That's just how you humans are, after all. So, as long as you make it, nothing else matters. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
Don't screw with us.
It's cool. It's cool. I know you gotta act tough. I mean, you chose betray.
I love Zero the Third. The voice actress had so much fun with Zero the Third.
That means you don't trust Luna, right? Figures. She's a golem. She might even be a murderer.
And those sheep puns were great. Yes. Someone would disagree with us.
That's why you were planning to leave her here and bone out, wasn't it? You see? It's all about you. Haven't you thought about how sad you've made Luna?
What?
Well, looks like my time here's just about all used up.
Wait. I still have questions for...
No, I won't wait. I don't like waiting. I waited once, and some half-witted reptile got the better of me because of it. After that, I learned to make sure to value my time.
The tortoise and the hare.
Alrighty then. I'll see you when I see ya. Have a nice trader.
I mean, the sheep puns just happened now, otherwise it's all bunny puns. For a few long moments, Fi and I just stared at the spot on the wall where Zero had disappeared. Where had Quark been? Who had given him an anesthetic, and why? We had no idea who'd killed everyone. And Zero Senior's identity, as well as the purpose of the nonary game, remained a mystery. As for our futures, what are I supposed to do now? I hadn't meant to say the words out loud, but there they were.
The tortoise won because he kept going even when it looked hopeless. I think we should do the same. We've got plenty of time after all. We'll give the dead the closest thing to a funeral we can manage. And when that's done, we'll start looking. Even if I never leave this place, I'll figure out why we were here. I swear it.
I looked at the fire in her eyes and nodded. If nothing else, at least we had a purpose. Learn a random skill? I learned how to make pizza. We can make all the pizza now in the world. Isn't it great? Oh, we don't have the ingredients to make pizza. There's a library at last. Which is not going to be useful if it has a lot of scientific and technical books in it where you understand basically nothing about it. We go back here and choose ally. Have plenty of food. They do.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, Sigma!
Fake it until you make it.
One.
She's probably... Yeah, betray. I'm sure. Why else if she want... Yeah, why you have her BP? Have you told... She doesn't... And besides, she isn't... Whether she is... Isn't that she wants...
Oh my god.
She defaulted. We could... She's here.
10 seconds. 9, 8.
Fi.
7.
I think I'm infected with
5,
Radical 6.
4,
You're talking so fast.
And I...
2, 1.
Not really anything better to do. Let's ally.
Round 3. Thank and
Hey, Sigma! Are you insane? Why the hell did you choose ally?
They also could take up gardening. That is true. We have a wonderful garden for that. Wait. We can talk about that later. Right now. She's gone. Where'd she go?
That's odd. We came out the moment the gates opened. There's no way she could have left already.
Then... there it was. I thought so. She didn't pick it up. Without the bracelet, she couldn't have voted.
Then she let the system vote ally for her?
Results from please.
Right, the results.
Yeah. Let's go have a look.
Could be worse. They could be trapped with nothing to do. Yeah, you could feel like death. Bing. Whoops. 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 Now that's a good result. Well, apart from the dead people, of course.
Points have please.
Since Luna didn't vote, she got set to ally automatically. And the other 6 got penalized. Then again, 5 of them are already dead. We don't know where Quark is, but his bracelet's already off.
Yeah. That means all those penalties are meaningless. Why did Luna show up then? I mean, we've got our 9 BP now, but... Alright. What do you want to do, Sigma? Do you want to leave?
What? You're kidding me, right? Weren't you the one who kept going on about Quark still alive? Can't just run off and leave him here.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, that's a relief. I was hoping you'd say that. Now let's get moving. We need to find Quark.
And Luna too, right?
Luna.
The Ambidex gate round Starkey.
Fi and I checked our bracelets out of sheer reflex. I was a magenta pair, just like before, but Fi had changed to a red solo. I keep zoning out. It didn't really matter though. Both of our bracelets showed the number 9. All we had to do was open the number 9 door, and we'd never have to play another AB game again.
Alright. Quark comes first.
Also, what even did Zero have to do? Zero?
Let's go.
She spun around and headed for the sign door. I followed on her heels. Ah, sightseeing tour in the facility, always fun. You know, Ice, the handcuffed thing on the sink is the most ridiculous thing I've seen. Because if you look at it, right, the handcuffs are not tightened, they're just there. Both of them, Tenmyoji and Clover, could have slid out their hand from the handcuffs. It's so stupid when you look at it. He's a virtual rabbit, and the game was over. Hopping for more? Cannot be so easy. Do-do-do.
Sigma, there's something I want to ask you.
What is it?
There are 3 doors here.
The answer is 42.
You, Alice, and Luna went through the one on the right. That took you to the Golem Bay, correct?
Yeah. According to the map, that's the door on the bottom. There's a lever on that thing in the middle, right? We pulled it, but it only opened one of the doors. What about it?
Take a look. See the lock?
Open.
Yeah.
Then who the hell opened it, and how?
There's only one person who could have opened it.
Luna.
Alright, let's head in.
Okay. What the heck are these things?
I think they're treatment pods of some sort.
What? Mint pods? Even as I spoke, part of me knew what they were. I didn't know how or why. But I felt a strong sense of déjà vu when I looked at them and suddenly realized I knew exactly how to operate the pods. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, as if somewhere deep inside was a version of myself that I didn't actually know.
One of them is lit up.
One on the left. Is it being used?
The glass is all fogged up. I can't really see inside.
Yes, I cannot see through this clear glass. You're right. Let's crack it open then.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh. Oh, they meant the glass on the pod. Okay. Quark. No explanation, just footsteps. Our feet pounded across the floor of the warehouse. Or something like that.
This is it.
Hawk's body bounced in my arms as I ran. His pulse and breathing were normal. He was limp and unconscious, but he was alive. The pod's display had given us a little information on his condition. As far as we could tell, he'd been given an anesthetic which had put him to sleep.
Ready?
Steady?
What's wrong? You're supposed to say, yeah, sure.
God damn it, Bob. Bob, we need to talk. Now it's like 20 minutes. This is unacceptable. Is it really okay for us to just leave?
What the hell is this? You want to stay here? What if Luna kills you too?
What?
Think about it. Alice, Clover, Tenmyoji, the old woman, even Dio and Kay. There's a good chance Luna killed all of them.
But why?
Why doesn't matter. Remember what we saw on Clover's thigh?
016.
And what's that the same number as?
You know, you can also turn it around and make it a 910. You know? Or it could be letters. Could say bulb. Last 3 digits of Luna's product ID.
Where did we find the old woman's corpse?
In the AB room that Luna came out of it.
And if you're right, her brain is in the central computer core. That means she could have easily moved that crane, right? She could have used it anytime she wanted.
That means any alibi she might have for not being able to move the crane is worthless.
Exactly. She must have moved the AB room. Alice noticed it right away. At the very least, that would mean Luna had a reason to try and kill Alice.
To keep her quiet.
She could also have murdered Dio and Kay.
I mean, nothing lost by killing Dio. That's totally fine. Hey Dio. What was going on? I revived you. Hey Dio, what the hell?
Remember their star keys? Luna must have taken them, which puts her in the room with Dio and Kay. You understand, don't you? I admit none of this evidence is conclusive, but look at our options. You, me, Quark, and Luna. Who do you think is the most likely to be the murderer?
It was Dio all along.
Think this through, Sigma.
It was Dio all along.
Luna's a golem.
It was Dio all along.
That means she's a robot that's part of this facility, designed to do God knows what.
It still was Dio all along.
If what you said about golems and the central computer is true, she's basically a puppet of Zero Jr.'s. There isn't really much of an argument to be made here. The only option is to leave her here and get out.
Have you ever heard of the 3 laws of robotics?
A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm.
A robot without the 3 laws is just a bunch of metal and plastic.
Which makes perfect sense. We are aliens, therefore she can harm us. Okay. You're right. Let's get out of here.
Damn. Don't scare me like that. Okay, I'm going to open it. You ready?
You don't have to ask me. Why are we turning around the rules? Isn't that what you always say?
Yeah, I guess so. It's time we got out of here. Let's go.
Luckily, the music is very hopeful and happy. With a heavy labored groan, the number 9 door began to open. As soon as the gap was wide enough to admit her body, Phi slipped through it. I followed her through, Quark still cradled in my arms. Inside was a massive lift platform, like the kind used to move industrial cargo. Phi turned to face me, and I shoved Quark into her arms. Before she could respond, I spun around and ran.
The number it will.
Sigma! What the hell are you thinking? Get back here!
Sorry, Phi. There's something I have to do. Take care of Quark.
No!
How would she hear that when the door is closed and she's not standing next to the door?
You don't mean you're going to go find Luna? God damn it, Sigma! Think about what you're doing! Sigma! Listen to me! You can't do this!
Watch me! Oh, so the door is still open. Why is the door still open? Why is Fi standing there with Quark and not even like putting him on the floor and try to pull us back in? Huh? That doesn't make sense, but okay. It is this way because the writer thought this makes total logical sense while
The
they were
number 9 door has closed.
while they took another sip from their whiskey. She was probably in shock. To some degree, I get that, but then again, Fi is a very rational, logical person, so even in that moment, I would be like, what the? And then she would realize it within seconds and put Quark down and run to the number 9 door. Like, even then.
This ends. Thank you. As the escape, please.
I had no regrets. In fact, with Fi and Quark's successful escape, I felt a profound sense of relief as I sat down and started to play Nier Automata. One of my objectives had been achieved and a difficult choice had been made. My mind felt clear and focused, more so than it had in a long time. Alright, time to go. Luna's waiting. I wonder where she is. Could it be A, in the garden, B, in the garden, C, in the garden, D, in the garden? It's always in the garden. Luna, I knew you would be here.
You knew?
Oh, right. We haven't talked here in this one, huh?
Isn't this nice? This is the only place in this whole facility with anything green. I kind of feel silly saying it, but it makes me think of the great outdoors. I think it's the perfect place for a serious conversation. Being surrounded by nature makes me feel happy. I'm not sure what you meant just now, but are you talking about something that happened in another history?
What?
I know what you can do. Someone told me about it once. They said that you have the ability to transport your consciousness through time.
Who told you that? Luna looked down at the music box around her neck. Carefully and delicately she twisted the dial on the bottom.
Sigma, aren't you here to ask me something? Why I killed them, perhaps?
Well, actually, I already know you didn't do it.
Oh? Why do you think I didn't do it? I'd like to know your reasoning.
Alright. I nodded and took a moment to compose my thoughts. Might as well start with the old woman. There's no point beating around the bush, I suppose. Dio killed her.
Why do you think so?
Her left arm had blood splatter all the way up to the elbow, except for a stripe on her wrist that was perfectly clean. What could have caused that? My guess is a bracelet. It got covered with blood and kept her wrist clean. Obviously, none of our bracelets had blood spatter on them, but Dio's bracelet reacted to the luminol. That meant Dio's bracelet had to have come from the old woman.
Is that your proof? That's why you think Dio killed her?
No, that's not only enough to suspect him. After all, he could have just taken the bracelet after someone else killed her.
Then why are you so sure?
Because he confessed.
What?
After his bracelet reacted to the luminol, I confronted him.
Alright, fine. You caught me, I did it. I killed the old bitch and took her bracelet.
Wait, when did that happen?
In a different timeline.
Isn't that against the rules?
What rules? I hope you're not going to try and bring up Nox's 10 commandments. Does it really matter if it is against the rules or fair? The truth is the truth. Let's say that the incident P happens, and after that the timeline splits into timeline A and B. I don't think it's unfair to base a theory in timeline A on information found in timeline B. After all, A and B both came from the same place. P. Why did they choose the letter P? If you traced the history of both timelines, you would end up back at incident P. Now, if I could change what happened with incident P by visiting timeline A or B, then yes, it would be a different story. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what it would, what it had be, or did be, would be, no would, that it would be unfair per se, but I would certainly be breaking some pretty big rules. Like, you know, the principle of causality. I'm sure that Dio killed the old woman. By extension, that means you couldn't have killed her. I'm assuming Dio wasn't originally intended to be part of the Nonore game. Somehow he got in and took the old woman's place. That's how he ended up as Quark's partner. This is just an educated guess, but I have a feeling his plan was to replace one of us. I doubt it mattered which one. I have no idea why he would want to do something like that, and I don't know how he did it either. But the fact remains that he did it. He hid in the warehouse on floor A and waited for someone to come out of one of the AB rooms. That someone turned out to be the old woman. She left Quark asleep in the AB room and came out on her own. Somehow he managed to get close enough to stab her. He did it near the wall with the graffiti on it. I'm guessing he stabbed her from behind so that he wouldn't get any blood on himself. As soon as she was dead, he wrapped the knife up in the handkerchief. No, wait, actually, he probably took the bracelet first. Then he would have needed to wipe the blood off, so he used the handkerchief for that too. Anyway, the point is, he got the bracelet and put it on. Then he wrapped the knife up and hid it between the rightmost AB room and its neighbor. He probably didn't expect that they would move, or he would have put it somewhere else. After that, he headed back to the AB room that the woman had left. Quark would have still been fast asleep, so as far as he knew, Dio was there the whole time. This does raise a few other questions, but I'll save those for later. For now, let's move on to the other murders. Well, actually, one of them probably isn't a murder.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about Alice. I'm pretty sure she committed suicide.
All of humanity is going to die. Adults, children, everyone. Everyone! There won't be anyone left! I'd rather die here!
She'd been infected with Radical 6. I think that infection caused her to take her own life. She used Dio's knife, which she'd found in the warehouse after the AB room moved and exposed it. She took it with her and then used it to stab herself in the crew quarters. Next are Clover and Tenmyoji. The first question is, who put the handcuffs on them and why did they not close the handcuffs? The clue in the message Clover left, 016. If you think about it though, it doesn't make sense. Clover's left hand was in the handcuffs. Look at this, it's so ridiculous. Now look at the picture. Look how Clover easily could just slide out her hand out of the handcuffs. Tenmyoji might struggle a little bit, but he could easily do it. That means she would have had to write it with her right hand on her right thigh. I feel like it would be really hard to do that, you know? Why not just use your left thigh? The thing is, I think she did. When she died, her legs slumped together and the message got transferred to the right thigh. We just never saw the original because we didn't bother to check the other leg. Why did we not? In other words, she was trying to write 016. She wasn't trying to write 016. She wrote Dio. She was trying to write Dio. With her dying breath, she was trying to tell us the name of her killer. Now, about Kay and Dio. I think there's a pretty good chance Dio killed Kay. Here's how I imagine it happened. Kay probably sprayed Dio's bracelet with the luminol. We found the bottle in Kay's robe. You would have seen the reaction immediately, but Dio would have known what was coming. As soon as Kay turned the lights off, it would be clear that Dio had taken the old woman's bracelet. My guess is he decided to take preemptive action. When we found their bodies, the lights in the room were on. Maybe Kay turned to switch the light off and Dio took the opportunity to attack him. Kay was hurt pretty badly, but he didn't die right away. He probably managed to grab the spear and stab Dio. Then he died. So that accounts for all 6 bodies, none of them your fault.
Sigma, I'm glad you don't think I did it, but all of your theories are just, well, theories. Like Alice committing suicide. How can you be sure? Say she was infected with Radical 6. She could have been murdered before her symptoms even began to present themselves. As for Clover and Tenmyoji, I could easily have killed them. You don't have any proof that Clover's message was mirrored like you say, or even that it was supposed to refer to Dio.
Oh, I can prove that. We just go up to the crew quarters and there we can see the proof.
Even if it did, that's not conclusive evidence of his guilt. The same goes for Kay and Dio. I could have killed them both. Why do you trust me so much? I'm a machine. I'm part of this place. How can you trust a machine?
That's why I trust you.
What?
I trust you because you're a robot. Your robotness is just one more reason you can't be the killer. Well, 3 more reasons.
Have you ever heard of the 3 laws of robotics? A robot without the 3 laws is just a bunch of metal and plastic. Sigma.
Luna, I have to ask you. Can you tell me, well, everything you know? Your mind is the central server. You should know everything that's happened here. There was a long pause. Luna stood up and walked deeper into the garden. I followed her in silence. Eventually, we reached the bench. Luna quietly sat down, and just like last time, I lowered myself down beside her.
You were right. I didn't kill them. How should I explain? Well, actually, you got most of it right.
That doesn't matter. Tell me everything.
Well, first, yes, Dio did sneak into the facility. He used the large cargo elevator and came into the warehouse on floor A through the number 9 door. Since the game hadn't started yet, anyone could go through it.
That doesn't really sound like sneaking. It sounds more like he just walked in.
Yes, I guess you could say that. He did get in pretty easily. But that's because Zero Jr. lured him here.
What do you mean?
Dio wasn't a surprise. Both Zeros knew that he was going to come.
So, they brought him here?
In a way.
But why?
Because his presence was an important part of Zero's project.
What project?
I can't go into that right now. We'd be here forever. Right now, let's just focus on the murders, okay? Anyway, Dio found his way in. They made sure he didn't know that he was actually being let in.
So why did he come here?
To make sure Zero's project failed. His first step was to pretend to be one of the players. As for how he did that, you had it pretty much right. The old woman was the first one out, and he killed her under the graffiti. He put her bracelet on after he wiped the blood off it with the handkerchief. Then he wrapped the knife up and hid it between the 5th and 6th AB rooms.
5th and 6th?
Counting from the left in their original placement.
In other words, the rightmost room would be the 6th room, and the one next to it would be the 5th?
Right.
Okay.
After that, he went back into the 5th AB room where Quark was sleeping. Then he just waited for Quark to wake up.
What were you doing while that was happening?
Nothing. I couldn't do anything. My body had been turned off. Zero Jr. had powered me down. My body wasn't activated until after Dio went into the 5th room. I couldn't help her. All I could do was watch while she was murdered. Everything in this place is controlled by Zero Jr. I couldn't try and prevent Dio from getting in either.
Wait, if Zero Jr. controls everything, then he was the one who moved the 6th room with the crane?
Yes.
With the crane.
That's right. Zero Jr. moved the room, not me.
Then who moved the old woman?
Me. It took me 10 minutes to get out of my AB room once I was turned back on. I ran over to check on her as soon as I did. Then I carried her back to the room I'd been in.
Why did you do that?
Because I was ordered to.
What?
Luna, listen to me very carefully. As you already know, the final stage of the project begins in 2 hours. This will be the culmination of many years of hard work. We cannot afford failure.
Yes, I understand.
Then let's make sure. What is your mission?
Enter the nonary game as one of the participants and observe the actions of the other players. Ensure that they do what they are supposed to and guide them down the correct paths.
How many players will there be?
Myself and 7 others, ma'am. Will you be participating as well?
Yes, our plan dictates that I must. An individual by the name of Dio will be entering this facility presently. He has been led to believe he is doing so undetected.
I need a save.
You've been briefed on him already, correct?
Yes. He will murder the first person to leave one of the AB rooms and take their place. If a pair is the first out, he'll probably kill both of them. That's all the information I've been given on him, ma'am.
Is there a problem?
With all due respect, ma'am, I would like to state that I don't feel right about this. We know someone is going to be killed, and we're just going to let it happen? I also have doubts about the use of Radical 6. Are you sure? Infecting all these people with such a horrible disease.
That is none of your concern. Your only concern is to follow your orders.
But...
Luna, I am giving you an order. I am in command, and you do as I say. You are programmed to do as I say. You know this.
Yes.
Good. Now, I have one final order.
Another order, ma'am?
Yes. When you leave the AB room, the person Dio has killed will still be there. I would like you to move them.
Where?
To the room you are about to enter, the 6th AB room.
But why?
Not your concern. As a participant in the game, you must have as little knowledge of it as possible. That is why I have made sure you are unable to access any classified data. There are things you must not know. In order for this project to succeed, we need you to be as close to a clean slate as possible. There are some things you already know, which ideally you would not. Unfortunately, this is unavoidable, so you must refrain from divulging anything you know about the project to the other participants. You must never tell anyone what you know about Dio, or the body, or that you carried it to the 6th AB room. You will have to pretend you know nothing more than the rest of the participants.
Is that an order?
Yes. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. After that, I went into the AB room as I'd been told to. As soon as I stepped inside, my body deactivated. But since my brain is in the main computer, I was still awake. so I still saw everything. While I waited, I used the security cameras to see what was going on in the rest of the facility.
And you saw the old woman being murdered?
Yes. It was hard. What I was seeing made no sense. Several of my higher level processes nearly failed. To think that she would be the first person to come out. I think she knew that Dio was going to kill her. When she'd said she had one final order for me, I didn't understand what she meant. Like a fool, I told her I didn't approve, when I had no idea what she was prepared to do. When she died, whatever I have that passes for a heart felt like it snapped in two.
I think I understand. Everything you did because you'd been ordered to?
Yes.
And it was the old woman who gave you those orders. Then, is she Zero Senior?
No.
What? But if she gave you the orders...
She did, but she wasn't the only person I took orders from.
Was someone else?
Yes.
And that person is Zero Senior?
Yes. They worked together to develop the project she mentioned. So I suppose technically my orders came from both of them. And they were both controlling Zero Junior too. I told you before that Zero Junior moved the 6th AB room. Although that's strictly true, he didn't do it of his own free will. They ordered him to do it. He was following orders just like me.
But why?
I don't know. I really don't. Maybe they did it so that people wouldn't suspect me.
If they didn't want people to suspect you, then why have you moved the body in the first place? Eventually, we'd figured out that the rooms had been moved. And that she was in your room.
Then maybe they wanted the opposite.
You mean...
Maybe they wanted you to suspect me.
It doesn't make sense either. If they wanted people to suspect you, why move the room?
You're right. Then maybe they only wanted certain people to be suspicious of me.
You mean like Alice?
Yes. Perhaps they wanted Alice to find the handkerchief and the knife. That would explain why they moved the room.
So they somehow knew Dio would hide the knife there?
Yes, I think so.
But how could they know that?
Well, whatever the reasons were, Alice did notice that the room was moved, which meant that Clover also figured it out. And just like you said, Alice used the knife to take her life. Clover didn't realize that, though. Or perhaps she didn't want to. In any event, she decided that I must have killed Alice to keep her quiet. So she confronted me. It was right after the second round of the AB game. Using Phi's timetable, that would be 0 hours, 0 minutes.
Wait. You were listening to us in the security office?
Yes. That wasn't all I was listening to, though. I know everything that happened in the facility after my body collapsed.
You were watching through the security cameras.
Yes, I was. I could see and hear everything. Anyway, we're at 0 hours, 0 minutes. I was in the hallway on floor A when Clover found me and took me to room 2 in the crew quarters. We entered at about 0 hours, 1 minute. She was very forceful.
I know you killed Alice. Tell me the truth and I'll let you live. Now fess up! I'm only gonna give you one chance. If you lie or try to play dumb or something, I'll kill you right in front of her!
I told her the truth, of course. I explained that I hadn't killed Alice, that she'd been infected with Radical 6, and it had caused her to kill herself. Clover was never going to believe that, though. We argued about it for nearly 9 minutes. It wasn't just Alice she asked me about. She asked me about the murder of the old woman and about the AB room being moved. She wasn't very nice about it, but I couldn't answer any of her questions.
Because of your orders?
Yes. Then, at about 0 hours, 10 minutes, she must have run out of patience. She stuck her hand in her pocket and started moving toward me. She backed me up against the wall and pulled her hand out of her pocket. She was holding the injection gun. I tried to take it away from her. I even screamed for help. She refused to let go, of course, while we were fighting over it.
Whoa, hold on a minute. The trigger got pulled in the fight. I get that part. What I don't understand is, why did it anything to you?
You mean because I'm a golem?
Yeah.
One of my orders was always to act like I was one of the players. A human. Any human injected with that amount of tubocurarine would die.
That's why you, died? To keep up the facade that you were human?
No. I collapsed because Zero Jr. turned off the power to my body again. He probably felt he had to. Maintaining the illusion that I was human was probably in his orders too. So to make it look like I had died, he turned the power off. Whatever the case, it was an accident. I don't think Clover ever intended to actually kill me. She only took the injection gun to try and threaten me.
How can you be sure?
When I collapsed, she looked terrified. She checked for my pulse and listened to see if I was breathing. She also shook my body and called out to me several times. If she'd meant to kill me, why do all that? After a few moments, she ran off to the infirmary to get the AED.
You mean the defibrillator?
Yes.
It uses an electric shock to restart the heart, right?
Correct.
So that was why she left?
Yes.
Clover's clearly bad at murder investigations. Yes, but she's not bad at murder. At 0 hours 11 minutes and 40 seconds, Clover left the cabin in the crew quarters.
She ran off toward the infirmary. On the way, she bumped into Dio.
Dio?
Yes. I guess she just saw him, really. They didn't talk. She just ran past.
And he just watched her go by?
Yes. I imagine he was curious, of course. He probably wondered what she was doing. But he chose not to go after her. He had something else to do.
At 0 hours 12 minutes, Dio enters the room. Clover is Judge Dredd.
I am the law.
He seemed pretty surprised to find my body.
Yeah, I bet.
It didn't take him long to get over it, though.
Wouldn't imagine it would. What did he do, then?
He'd gone there for 2 reasons. One was to get Alice's bracelet, which was a blue solo.
Right. Without it, Dio and Kay, the yellow pair, wouldn't be able to get through the secondary door. Right?
Yeah, but he couldn't find it.
Of course. Fire had already taken it by then.
Yes, but there was something else he wanted to do too. He was there to take the knife. Removing it was gruesome.
But Why did he want the knife? Was it because he'd used it to kill the old woman?
No, I don't think so.
Then what do you think?
I think he didn't want anyone to see the engraving on the knife's blade. That's why he hid it so well after he killed the old woman.
Why wouldn't he want anyone to see that?
Do you remember what it said? There was a word engraved on the blade.
Myrmidons?
Yes.
What does Myrmidons mean?
It's the name of the organization he belongs to.
What is it? Like a club or something? Yes. A dance club.
I don't think so.
Well, what is it then?
I don't really know.
No idea?
I'm afraid not.
Wait, wasn't he here to try and stop whatever Zero was doing?
Yes.
Then... wouldn't that mean that he's on our side?
I don't know about that. He's killed 4 people. I'm not really sure he's on anyone's side.
You've got a point. Damn it, this is ridiculous. I guess this enemy of my enemy isn't my friend, huh?
May I continue?
Yeah, keep going. After he took the knife, Dio rifled through what few belongings Alice had. Luna said he didn't seem to be looking for anything in particular. He was probably just checking to see if she had anything useful. That was where he found the key to Kay's suit. He didn't seem to have any particular reason for taking it. At least, as far as Luna could tell. At 0 hours, 13 minutes, Dio left the room.
He heard Kay opening the cyan door and ran out. When he left, he was heading toward the infirmary. My guess is that he was going after Clover. He found her with the AED. She was probably planning to just ignore him and head back, but Dio didn't let her.
Hey, wait. Just what are you planning to do with that thing? Thinking about trying to resuscitate Luna? And why would you want to do that? You were the one who killed her, weren't you?
When Clover tried to push past Dio, Luna said they began to fight.
The fuck do you think you're doing?
Dio pulled the knife out of his pocket and pointed it at Clover's throat. That was when he showed up.
Dio, what the hell are you doing? None of your goddamn business. Stay out of this, you senile old shit.
Like hell, you son of a bitch!
He let out a yell and leapt toward Dio. The younger man dodged him easily and lashed out with the knife. Tenmyoji caught Dio's hand with a grunt, and for a moment the two men struggled. Then, as the knife edged closer, he wrapped his other hand around the blade and tried to force it away. But Dio was much younger and stronger, was a much younger and stronger man, and the wound Tenmyoji gave himself with the knife didn't do him any favors. He put up a valiant fight, but with a roar, Dio threw him off, and Tenmyoji collapsed to the floor.
What are you going to do?
Let's see. How about this? How cute. You two really look great together, you know?
What are you going to do to us?
Isn't it obvious? I'm gonna handcuff you to a sink. Actually, I already have.
Are you gonna beat us to death or something?
Ugh, no. Nothing so tasteless.
What are you going to do then?
How'd you like to make a bet?
A bet?
You've got, 20-some minutes until the primary white doors open. So I'd say you've got 25 minutes until they close, give or take. If somebody happens to come by here before the doors close, you might live. But if nobody finds you, well...
We'll be penalized.
Exactly. So, I suggest you start screaming for help now. Unfortunately for you, just about all the rooms in this place are behind at least 2 nice thick doors. So unless they're pretty close, nobody's gonna hear you scream.
Didn't we basically pass the infirmary at some point? And we didn't see them because they were behind the partition? Why was Clover not screaming? I guess that's gonna be explained right now.
Well, I'm off to the Floor B warehouse, okay?
I mean, this doesn't make sense at all for Dio. Like, it would be easier to just kill her.
Enjoy your last 25 minutes.
And if not killing her, at least knock her out.
Later.
That's strange.
25 minutes passed and no one came. Of course, by then there were only 3 other people who could have come, apart from Dio.
You mean me, Phi, and Kay, right?
Yes, you were in the crew quarters at this point.
Dio's evil aligned. Yeah, that is pretty much clear. But I just don't understand. Like, if I was Dio, I wouldn't even give I wouldn't even give Clover the chance. You know? Why risk that? Like, why risking that? That makes no sense. His mission is to manipulate this project, and why would you then give Clover the chance to escape? That is just stupid. He's a little nuts. Just a little. Yeah. Kay had told us about you. We'd also noticed that the knife in Alice's chest had been removed. If only we'd known what was happening in the infirmary.
Unfortunately for Clover and Tenmyoji, their time had come. Once the primary white door closed, both of their bracelets injected them with Soparil.
And the anesthetic, right?
Yes. Almost immediately they started to feel sleepy. I think that's when Clover realized she was definitely going to die. That was when she decided to leave her message. Just as you said, she wrote on her left thigh with her right hand.
Also, for the best that Phi and Sigma didn't split up. Dio could probably take one of them, but not both of them. Yeah, that's true. And the word she wrote was Dio.
Yes. As for what happened in the rec room...
See? This so little detail here, you know? Of Clover writing Dio on her thigh, which then got copied to the other thigh because it slumped over to the other thigh, and then formed the 016 instead, so to speak. I have to say, like, if you can think ahead of this, you didn't have to, but consider like that her number is 016, and they had the name Dio, Because it only works with Dio, right? So, how do you think ahead of that? That's pretty crazy, because I'm pretty sure they had the names of the characters before they even got to this story point, right? I will also say that why would... I mean, sure, it's a video game and it's okay. I just would say, like, if I was in the position of Clover, why would I write out the name of someone starting not with a capital letter? Because if Clover had written Dio as spelled capital D-I-O, we would never suspect that it is 016, right? I mean, I accept it. It's just a video game. I just feel it's weird to do. But whatever. Yeah, I know. But still.
Well, I guess I don't really need to tell you. Your theory was essentially correct. What you said was what happened.
So Kay sprayed Dio's bracelet with the luminol, and then while his back was turned, Dio attacked him with the axe. Dio mortally wounded him, but didn't kill him, so Kay turned around and stabbed Dio with the spear. Clover tends not to keep a cool head, and she might have just been ejected with sober ale. Yes, I know. Look, the thing is, if you perfectly take it seriously, this is a problem that shouldn't actually happen. But I accept it because it makes sense in the story itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So, that's okay. I just want to criticize it because... yeah, you can. And I guess that's when we found them.
Yes.
When did Kay get the luminol?
After they went through the white door, Dio and Kay found themselves in the director's office. When they were done there, they headed back to floor A to look for everyone else. They went to the crew quarters first, then to the infirmary. Of course, they found Clover and Tenmyoji's bodies there. Dio expected to find them, of course, but he pretended to be shocked.
Good for Kate for taking out his killer. Yes.
Anyway, Kay checked them over for anything useful.
And that was when he found the luminol.
Right.
He took it from Tenmyoji. On the other hand...
That's everything that happened.
Here's something else. Again, it is a slight critical point I feel like is silly, because it doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't work against the game, because I can still accept, okay, it's a game. Tenmyoji had the bottle of luminol, right? Where does Tenmyoji put the luminol? He didn't have it in his hands when he confronted Dio, but he had it on him. So therefore, he must have put it into a pocket. But we saw the bottle of luminol, and it is too big to put into the pocket of pants. Like, it's just weird, right? It's just physically not possible. Things could have been worse if he didn't, you know. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because, like, Dio planted bombs already. The bombs would always go off. There are ways. Uh-huh. Okay.
Do you have any questions?
If you're really creative, yes, there are ways, but it would make anybody suspicious of you walking around with this strange pocket in your pants. He could, yes. Still, people would ask why he's having that on his belt. But I'm not sure between him picking it up and walking around, if he actually encountered anybody else except Dio. I will also argument against your argument, even if Tenmyoji put it like there on the belt, which makes of course sense to have it there and would be easy to transport around. Tenmyoji also fought Dio, right? So first and foremost, a lot of fighting happened, so the luminol would come off from his belt. Point one. Even if it never did, why would Dio not take it away from him, right? It was obviously on the belt and visible, so why not just take it away? Or could have really deep pockets. As you saw, he has jeans and with small pockets, so that wouldn't work. Why didn't Sigma go to take Luna with them before leaving when he knew all of this? Why didn't Sigma go take Luna with them before leaving when he knew all of this? You mean in this storyline we are right now, Viv Noise? Because, think about it, you are Sigma, you start to suspect that you might have specific abilities, but you are not entirely sure. You also know that Luna is a golem, and therefore she must have the most answers out of everybody. So, granted, in the best case scenario, truly, we would have taken Quark, Phi, and confronted Luna first and then escaped. But I guess Sigma had a suspicion that Phi wouldn't be listening to Luna, nor was Phi actually ready to search for Luna because she feared Luna. But I'm also not entirely sure. I think Phi is also not aware of the laws of robots. So therefore we could suspect that Phi would never even take this into consideration. There are some factors that go into the decision to put Phi and Quark out of this, while we actually talk with Luna. But yeah, you have also a point here. It could have turned out different, right? But I guess for the sake of story writing, they decided to go with this decision here. Maybe didn't care. That is a point, yes. They thought Luna could have been the killer and he only went back to get her story. Yep. I is also a very suspicious person. He'd have a hard time convincing her. So instead of trying and being left behind, he sacrificed himself to be left behind. Basically, yes. But at this point, I think Sigma is already kind of aware that he can transfer his consciousness. But that's the thing. Even that's the thing. If he's aware he can do this, then he must make also the assumption that he's that this is how it is. He can actually go to another timeline, even if he stays here and dies. But no one else can, right? So why not save the 2 people that would die here? Well, what do you think? Does a bear shit in the woods? Well, the first thing is Quark's bracelet. Why was it in the infirmary?
Tenmyoji had it. Then when Dio attacked him, it fell out of his pocket.
But why did Tenmyoji have Quark's bracelet?
I told him where it was.
When?
Do you remember when you were in the rec room with Phi and Tenmyoji?
There's also the fact that it's possible that Luna was the killer and he'd rather they would not be in danger. Yes, that as well. Yeah, when he sprayed us with luminol, right? Sure, I remember that.
Right after then. When he left the rec room, he went toward the green door to look for Quark. I ran into him at the end of the hallway, where the 3 doors and the switch are. That was when I told him. Look, Tenmyoji. The center door is unlocked. He took off through it without another word.
That was the treatment room, right?
Yes.
Where Quark was sleeping.
Right. It only took him a moment. As soon as he saw Quark, he ran to his pod and started crying.
Out of relief, right?
Yes. The display on the pod showed Quark's vital signs. It was obvious he was alive the moment you looked at it. Next to the pod was Quark's bracelet. That was how Tenmyoji got it.
Why was Quark's bracelet off?
I took it off.
How?
Aluminum foil.
What? You mean the stuff from the crew quarters?
Oh, you found it? Did you know that aluminum foil has electromagnetic shielding properties?
What?
Here's an exciting fact. Your heart creates a bunch of faint electrical impulses. Anyway, the point is that you can detect the electricity that your heart makes by pumping blood. Your fancy little bracelets pick up on that. They're always watching.
Wait, so you're telling me that the aluminum foil can block the electromagnetic waves your heart sends out?
Yes. All you have to do is wrap it around your bracelet.
And the bracelet thinks your heart has stopped?
Yes.
Holy shit. It was that easy all along?
Anyway, I used some aluminum foil to get Quark's bracelet off.
Why did Luna leave them behind in the other timeline? Because they betrayed her. Yeah. You have to understand, Luna is part of this facility. Yes, her consciousness is in the server. And Zero Jr. is controlling her for the most part, but she is also an individual. She is not just a following machine, she actually has a personality. And there's a reason that she might feel attacked if people try to betray her, despite that you promise like you would choose otherwise and so on. As long as it doesn't interrupt the game and stops the game, why would anyone interfere with that?
Then I put it next next to the pod.
And you might not trust them with Quark after that too. Yeah. Wait, why was Quark in the pod to begin with?
Oh, that's easy. I put him there.
When did you do that?
Remember when we were first looking for Quark? I found him unconscious near the entrance to the Golem Bay.
So you carried him to the treatment pod?
Yes.
Were you the one who unlocked the treatment center too?
No, I was not. I do not have the authority to operate any of this facility's machinery.
So it was Zero Jr.?
That's right.
He reactivated your body too, right? Man, I don't get any of this. Why the hell did he do that? I guess it wasn't really him that did it, huh? He was just doing what Zero Senior and the old lady told him to do. Everything leads back to them, huh? Of course it does. So, are you going to tell me?
Tell you what?
Isn't that obvious? Tell me what this project is. Everything that happens in here has something to do with it. So why were we brought here?
To play the nonary game.
And why were we supposed to play the nonary game?
That was part of the project.
Why did Alice kill herself?
Because she was infected with Radical 6.
How did she get infected?
Zero Senior and the old woman did that.
Why?
It was a necessary evil. It had to happen for the project to succeed.
What would have happened if Alice hadn't committed suicide?
Clover wouldn't have suspected me, and she wouldn't have accidentally, killed me.
Then what?
I wouldn't have collapsed, and Dio wouldn't have found my body. That would have meant the confrontation in the infirmary never took place.
In other words, you're saying Clover and Tenmyoji died for this project?
Yes.
Well, actually, it was the tubercularine that killed them. Blah blah blah. But they were only injected with it because of their bracelets, and they were only wearing those bracelets because of the nonary game. If the nonary game was part of the project, then that's one more way it killed them.
I guess. If you want to look at it that way.
Now what about Kay and Dio? Why would they kill each other?
Because Dio killed the old woman. He was worried about getting caught, so he tried to kill Kay before he could find out the truth.
And if Dio hadn't killed the old lady, what happened in the rec room would never have taken place, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. Why did Dio kill her?
So that he could pose as one of the participants.
And why did he do that?
To disrupt the project.
And why did she let him kill her?
The same reason they did all of this. It was a necessary evil. The project couldn't be allowed to fail.
Six people died here. 4 of them were murdered one way or another by Dio. At first that makes it look like Dio's the reason they all died. But that's not true, is it? All of them, all 6 of them, they all died for this project. That means the murderer, or I guess I should say murderers, were the old lady and Zero Senior, right? Please, Luna, tell me. What is this project about? Who is the old woman? Who is Zero?
Sigma. Would you hug me?
What? Instead of answering, Luna wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest. That is not my chest. My own arms hovered in the air, confused about where they should go. I swallowed hard and tried to rein in my heartbeat, which had suddenly doubled. I was about to speak when I felt something warm on my chest. Was Luna crying?
This feels nice.
Her voice shook as she spoke. I lowered one hand on her head and began gently to stroke her hair. Hey, Luna. What the hell is going on?
I'm sorry. My ABT is usually held in place by muscle fiber, but after Clover gave me the tubocurarine...
Oh, okay. I get it.
Does it scare you? This is what I really look like. I'm a golem. Just a machine. A jumble of metal and plastic that pretends to be real.
I wrapped my arms around Luna and hugged her as tight as I could.
You believed in me this whole time.
Yeah.
Even though I look like this?
Of course. I trust you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish I could stay here forever. You feel so nice.
Are those computer fans on the wall? Yes.
But I think my time is up.
What?
I've done things I really shouldn't have. Do you remember what you asked me earlier? About if Zero Jr. had reactivated my body? Remember? The truth is, he didn't. I did. I went to the part of the core that controls Zero Jr., and I hacked it.
What?
Yes. That was the first thing. The second. Do you know what the second one was? If I had really wanted to, I could have saved Clover and Tenmyoji. Then Kei and Dio probably wouldn't have killed each other. That's not all. I could have stopped Alice from killing herself, and I could have even saved the old woman at the very beginning. In other words, I had the ability to disobey my orders. But I didn't. That's the second thing. I broke the first law. I was scared. I was afraid to die. Obviously, hacking the core and taking control of Zero Jr.'s systems is very, very bad. Golems who don't follow orders can become dangerous, so we're terminated if we disobey. You lose access to your body, of course, but everything that's stored in the core, your memories, your consciousness, is deleted.
What? Wait, are you saying?
Yes. Very soon now I'll be gone. Zero Jr. is probably recovering himself right now. Once he's done, I doubt I'll be around much longer.
What? Why?
I watched 6 people die and did nothing. I deserve this.
No. No, you don't. Even if you had done something, you would have been killed anyway. You can't blame yourself. You did what you could. You're not wrong. This game is what's wrong. Forcing you to watch friends die is what's wrong.
Oh, Sigma, thank you. I'm really glad I met you.
Luna! Luna! It's going to be okay. I'm not gonna let them do this. I'm gonna be fine. I promise. Just please don't.
I'm sorry. My time's up. At least I get to die in your arms.
Luna!
Thank you, Sigma. And goodbye, Doctor.
Doctor? But she couldn't answer. I squeezed my eyes shut and held her, unable to bear the thought of letting any more of her slip away. With one last quiet chime, the music box wound down. I was left with nothing but silence, the cold pool of tears over my heart. Luna, end. Tears in the Rain achievement. You know, my other question is like, what are the materials golems are made of? Because I kind of expect them to be much more heavy than an actual person. Getting crushed by your golem. Well, that brings us to another thing. Hmm. Let's see. We did this. Yes, we did that. Okay. Ah, where's my picture? There's my picture. Okay, okay. Okay. That brings us to this here. Who planted the bomb? I wonder. Who planted the bomb? I don't know. And before that, I will take a 2-minute break. Oh no, the cliffhanger. How dare you? Zup. How mean of me. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yep. There we go. Wait,
Huh?
you only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. Blah blah.
How can you... There's no way.
So we just recently experienced exactly the same scene. Know who set the bomb? The person is Ace, attorney, pointing finger. It was me. Mr. Dion.
Come on, what is this? Are you high? Knock it off, Sig. You're doing this all... Ugh.
Oh no.
Nice try, but that's some... What are you even basing? How do you know I said... Just spit it out.
The Mirma what?
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that?
What the hell are you talking...
Who the fuck do you think you... None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidon... And I don't know what Free the Soul is.
Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't worry, it's fine. You said it anyway, so thank you.
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
He's left.
A terrorist?
Oh dear.
Left?
Well, seriously though, the Myrmidons aren't... Okay, yes. My real name is Lev. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
Whoa there. Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding...
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please call. If you press that.
So, believe me, there's plenty more where this came from. Now that we've cleared that, come on, move it! Go, go, go! Hey, your hearing go. I said back.
No.
You, I'm not
I can see that, so why don't you do it? Go ahead.
Tenmyuchi!
Oh, something wrong? Hurry it up. Oh, do I sense hesitant? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing.
Not bluffing, you hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will, but there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator? It's a fake.
What?
Yeah!
What happened?
Shit, no good. The detonator doesn't have it anymore.
What? What's happening? There's a...
Oh, you... This is what
What?
What are you saying?
Damn, how much do you... Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets... When it does, thanks to this... You can go ahead and destroy it once the timers have been...
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 seconds. Whoa. 30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
How do we stop them?
None of us know them, though.
What, hoping I might spill the... Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wait. Stop. Threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hands around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. Yeah, blah blah.
Shit! Let go of me! Get off! Let me... Hey, I'm not let go of me!
We don't have it, Luna. Go. You think I don't? What other every minute? We don't have to. What are you doing? Go!
Right. Okay, I'm ready when you...
You can do it! You're still... Go ahead! Serves you. You're gonna...
Oh, for God's... Luna,
Right. Here goes.
Yep. Putting down the drain. How much
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
Same.
So... We searched Dio, but he doesn't...
Yeah, and that is?
Intuition. Yes, with intuition we will survive. Smile. We trust our hunches.
That's... Are you suggesting we just... guess?
Do you have any better idea?
Well, no, but...
Wait, there's another way.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me.
Right.
The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it, we're done.
That's... it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? See you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Phi.
Anone?
Okay. So what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. All hooked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they go off when the doors open, so... 21 minutes.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on floor B. Bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, just need to hurry, right?
Yeah.
So what we are supposed to do? I mean, do you have some sort of plan, right?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
And stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
Jump?
Yeah. To another world. Another history.
I can't.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah. I did, but that's... I mean...
You just have to do that again.
So you're saying I need to go to another history and we get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Damn it. This is so confusing.
Well, don't think about it then.
Stop thinking.
We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Okay. I get it. See you later then. Because I just know how to do it now? Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time. And also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly out of the blue. I can't control them.
Neither can I.
That's a problem. All right, consider this.
Do you know this situation? You're waking up feeling like you're in another space-time history? Yes, we got you. We have a solution for you.
Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one, but our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying I might know it already? And I just have to try and remember it?
Yeah.
Or you just have to use the memo note, you know? This one. Easy.
I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
I do. I didn't note it down because I expect that the game is giving me the solution when necessary. As it just did every time in the entire game, and now it changes its rules. I stared down at the input device. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. I like how the game is doing this and goes like, you remember it, right? Right? And I'm like, no. Thank the internet that it exists. Right? So this is bomb number 2. EQ D DYR NTK. This is bomb number 2. Wait a second. Am I supposed to put in the code or am I supposed to put in the other thing? Why is this 01? I thought 01 was in floor B. Is it 01? BQZ, BQZ, RGJ, RGJ, DXR. No? Is the game really going to do this to me? Is it really? That's just what? You know what's really funny, because I see it right here. Bomb number 3 had 2 different codes. One code was for the US European version, and then there is a Japanese version, which is a different code. And I cannot say why right now, but let's see. LXQ. HR. LHC. Not R. NMR. Huh? Whatever.
Good job.
So here's something for you. I don't quite understand why. Because here it says like the codes we input into the bombs, these strange codes, actually translate into words. I just don't understand how we know that they transfer into words yet. Maybe it's gonna be explained. But basically, what we just inputted is myrmidons in code. So, and I just, this is bomb number 3, and I just told you like the US European version has a different code than the Japanese version, because in US European it's myrmidons, but in the Japanese version it says clay dolls. So in the Japanese version the myrmidons are called clay dolls instead. Just weird.
It worked.
Could it have been code with same 2 lines 3 times? I guess, you know, that you can transfer the strange code into actual words is probably based on the same thing that we used on the long code with Alice. Yeah, it's probably based on that what we deciphered with Alice, where she was like, this is simple mathematics. It's I don't know, algorithmics, whatever, like a really complicated formula. I sighed and wiped that felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
So you knew the password after all. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You heard it in another history?
Yeah.
Just what happened in that other timeline?
Does it matter?
Never mind. We don't have time for that. How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time.
No, not good. In all the story and timelines we've done, we only discovered 3 bombs, and there are 4.
Come on, let's go. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we are heading to the control room.
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
Just leave it behind.
And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her.
Run, you fool. Run.
Da 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 da. Yeah, this is the best place to make a bomb explode.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Oh, automatically? Hey, what the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No way. I'm sure I did it right.
Try it again.
Just let me do it. I do it correctly. Yeah, nothing. That password's no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, looks like it.
Shit!
I slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do?
We're gonna freak out.
Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
You mean like different history from the other one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. Password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. EQD. DYR. NTK. This, by the way, translates to Free Z Soul, aka Free the Soul.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, don't scare me like that, alright?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first. Then it just kind of floated up. Or maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. The point is we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
Sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay. That just leaves us with the last bomb. It's
in the garden.
Right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. She's stressed. Give her a break, Sigma. No! It's time to get stressed.
Finally.
Yeah,
How many minutes left?
9 minutes. Less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, all right?
Stay
Have
calm!
the input device?
Sigma, stay calm! I mean, give her a break for not being impressed. No. Praise me. Yeah, there we go. Connected.
Okay, go.
Go?
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
You want me to remember not a password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
Pizza. But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. Third time's the charm, right?
that's not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning's not gonna strike twice or thrice in the case, I guess. Remember last week's shopping list?
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the first and second times aren't charmed too.
I guess so?
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other words too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we'd been going to different worlds. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll give it a
I'm
shot.
counting on you.
Let me open my browser. The password. The password. That's a very bad search term. The password. Remember the 5th of November. Come on, lightning can strike twice or even 3 times. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. You're not stressed out. Oh my god. Come on, Sigma. You can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. And give us access to Kingdom Hearts. That's a poor search term even in your password manager. True. BQ said. RJJ. RJJ. RGJ. DXR. This, by the way, translates to crash keys. Yeehaw! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch. Wow. Ah, that feels good. Does it? I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. Dolphins. I feel like it's just going to melt and dribble out of my ears. That is not a good thing. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hi, Sigma. This is your consciousness. By the way, I'm coming from all the timelines to tell you there's a fourth bomb. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Oh, don't worry, there is. Isn't this great? Hi. Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you just like I promised. I mean, just the swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but... Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wished there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really...
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something too.
I promise no such thing in this timeline. That is true.
Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly I remembered it too. Remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in Floor B, in the Floor B warehouse. No. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yes, and we have not ever found... You know, if I was Dio, I would just plant the bomb 0 up there, you know? I would just climb up those stones and place it like at the most unobvious place over there. Must be programmers if they are counting from 0. I'm going to the vending machine and put 0 coins in it. Oh no, not that one. Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shit. We've only got 4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right. Phi, we don't know where the 0 bomb is. I yanked the input device out of the bomb, set off the bomb, and we all died, and turned to chase after. What are you just standing there for? Go, show me where the bomb is.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh. Oh shit. You don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is. If you will remember that Phi was furious in the Dio ending, that's why.
Calm down, just calm down.
Think.
You need to think, Sigma.
Think, Sigma, think. And then I will beat the shit out of you, and then you can think some more.
There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb.
I would probably swallow the bomb. Oh wait, I'm not Dio.
Where would you hide something important?
If I was Dio, I would hide the bomb behind the waterfall. And not at obvious places where people would actually find them. Because I'm smarter than Dio. You know how when you think about it, Dio places bombs at places where people can find them, right? I wouldn't do that shit. I would do my utmost to hide the bombs as good as possible. So now Fi is basically asking me, think, but more stupid. Like, think less smart. And I'm like, I can't. How would he even swallow that? He would choke, which would be a good thing. We wouldn't have to deal with that asshole. Hide something important.
Right.
Hide. Dr. Jekyll. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Let's be honest.
Sigma, wait!
Let's be honest. If I, as Dio, had the knowledge about the pantry, I would take a bomb, put it in an empty case where food was in, and put it back into the pantry. It's easy as that.
Where are you going?
You could even hide it there, under that wooden part, below it. Like nobody would really notice if you put it deep enough there. Like maybe in this direction, so it's out of sight when someone walks from here and they couldn't see it. Of course, this is a game. You must be able to find the bombs. It makes sense. But, like, I would never do that. Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. How does Sigma know where the zero bomb is? Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. Oh, they left out the elevator, but my loading screen. But this door, this loading screen, they had to include. I'm really confused about the choices the programmers made here. Ah, right, I remember this. He placed it between. How did he even manage to get it that far in? Or maybe it was planted against the room that got moved. Maybe. But how do we know that?
Here?
Yeah. Should be between these AB rooms. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. What an achievement name. Good, I was right. How did you know that? How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
How do you even reach for the bomb? Shit.
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Okay, let's face it, physically they wouldn't be able to fish out that bomb between the AB rooms. It was like in the middle of it. Their arms can't extend that far. The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? You dumb fuck. Couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. When did we hear the number 0 bomb password? Was it outside? I don't know. LXA Q and S GDQ. Oh, it's the GDQ password. Game's done quick. By the way, this entire password translates to my brother. Is this? Oh, it's this. Wait. That doesn't make sense. That goes forward. That goes forward. That goes forward. Oh, that also goes forward. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I just found out the solution how to make these codes any words. Basically, what you take is the password and you shift every alphabetical letter by one position forward. And then you get like these actual translations. How would we know that? I don't know. Maybe some people sat down and were like, I'm going to crack this password for no reason and found out. Dot, dot, dot. Where are we? Okay. It stopped.
Yeah.
Fi and I crumbled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone. Guys, you need now to go to floor B.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
No, actually, I searched it online. It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too. Okay, that was a wild guess.
Pretty good guess.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, you did it.
You still have to go to floor B.
So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need anythings. Just
what?
About that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Why is Sigma like that? Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. You know what we should do now? Have a discussion about who goes into which door. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They done as I asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance and then headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah. I could have done it in my sleep. Wait a second. I could have done it in my sheep. Why is he saying sheep?
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Oh my. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Look, Luna, I like you. You're really nice. But shut up. We don't have time for this.
Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. You know, you should be like, no need to thank me. You all died for it in multiple timelines over and over again. How do you feel about that? Damn mean. It's not mean when there is literally no time for this. And I didn't insult her without saying I'm sorry about that beforehand. There's always time to talk when there is a time limit in these games, right? It's like when I'm voting at the last second. It's like 1, 1, 1, 1. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
What? Huh?
Why is Sigma going this way?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains.
We need to hurry.
Yes, let's discuss about who goes in which door for the next 5 minutes.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yamsen.
Alright, then let's move.
At Tenmyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Tenmyoji, Phi and myself ran through the center door.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors.
But I don't wanna do a puzzle room. Is the game Q? Q from Star Trek. Oh, that's fitting. That is a Q room. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Every time. Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. Q, Q. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess it's a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
It's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
What do you mean? Seek a way out. Everything is white. Okay. What we are supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait. Do you hear something? Oh. Well, how much you wanna bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go, have a look? Oh, very nice. Would you like to do a virtual reality room puzzle? What's the puzzle? I was AFK. We don't know. It is apparently a virtual reality room. We heard the noise, and that's it. And this wonderful cube spawned in the middle of the room. It is also interesting to note that Phi is the only one anyone had any success in convincing to stay. Phi is the only one anyone had success in convincing to stay. True. I think this cube is just floating here. Floating, you say?
Oh, Georgie, would you like to come down here and get your boat? We are all floating down here, Georgie.
Everyone else immediately left. True. You know what is the most unfair thing in this game? Every time I try to leave, everybody puts every effort into keeping me in the facility. You know? I never have the chance to escape alone. But no, everybody's throwing themselves onto me. If anybody else solo tries to get out of the number 9 doors, everybody's like, yeah, this seems fine, let's just watch and not stop them. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? You know what I hate? Minesweeper on Windows. I love Minesweeper. To this very day, I have never understood how Minesweeper works. I just randomly click things, and if I'm lucky, I will not lose, and if I'm lucky, I win. There is a specific rule set for Minesweepers, but I never understood it. I also don't understand what this is trying to tell me. I really don't. This is the only part, this section, where numbers exist. Shit. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Look at it again. Regular Minesweeper, the number on empty tires tell you how many mines are just adjacent to it. Okay. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click on a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels on that border. Each panel. On that border, the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, but that means it includes its own square as well, right? Because here 1 makes sense, 2 would mean the... What do you mean no? Look at this one. This one makes sense, it says 1. It's bordering 1 next to a winning panel. This one says 2. It cannot be 2 unless it counts itself as a winning panel. Because otherwise it couldn't be 2. It would be 1. And this cannot be 3 unless it counts itself as well. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Like, literally, it's not going to work otherwise. So it counts the actual 1 itself as well. I mean, for this puzzle, not for Minesweepers on Windows. The 2 has 1 to the right and 2 right. No? The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Oh god! Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right of that would be the east wall. Yes. Which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall. Okay. And the wall to the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean that a hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall? A hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to south wall, and a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. Okay, now I'm completely confused. Note 2. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Note 3. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. No, basically the side on your one refers to the one to the right in front of you. Blah. I just don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. It's like, sure, it tells me like, it tells me this. So I'm just supposed to use this as a reference and then go to the actual wall in the room. I don't get it. I think I will correct when I said that the control room was my least favorite one, or the pantry was my least favorite one. I think this room is my least favorite one. Oh, I see. Okay. I like how it says, like, I will never explain this anymore, except I will explain this to you. Which makes, of course, perfect sense. Look, when we go by that logic, it says here 1 1, right? 1 1. If I click here, then it would mean it is this one, right? 1 adjacent, 1 adjacent. But why is this then saying 2? Because it... No, actually it would mean itself and the next one. This one means 3, so it means this and this But it also means this. Okay, now it makes more or less sense. It will just be a pain to... okay. I wish it would just stay, so it would be easier to note down. And I already forgot. So it would be this. And it would also be this. This. Which means this. This. This indicates this. This also indicates this. No, it indicates itself and that below. So this. This means 1. This means 2. This means 1. But now we also have like some really weird stuff going on here. Does it change every time? We already did the lower left. So in other words, it would just be these 3, but... right? Why does that not count? And what is causing it to work? This is too high? Is it too high? Okay, whatever. I was pretty sure it was just those. Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore, Vivinoise. I figured it out. Thank you. Whoa, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how it works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. How about we do not keep looking and just go? Something slid out from the wall. You can look around more by exiting the zoom and returning to normal view. You don't say. And the game stopped doing what it should do. It's got some kind of weird pattern on it. Yes, a pattern we have never seen before. Nothing happens if I touch them though. Maybe something's missing. Like what? I like how we basically have to do all of the room first. Welcome to the present. The interesting part it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the interesting part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and apparently 6. One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6. But this is 7. This is confusing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's actually 7. But the interesting part is, out of those 7, you can only access the lower 5. So it never matters what's up here. 2, 4, 5. We are only interested in this area. This up here is completely baseless and not useful at all. One. Okay, 1. But that's also 1. Huh? Wait, what? Oh. Wait, this... confusing. This one makes sense. I want a Cree. Jafar Cree. That means this one. Means this one. God. Now it changes its rules again, which I hate. Means to the right and below. Right. To also mean those, right? Would also mean these two. I have no idea. At this point I start just guessing. I don't even know. I don't even... Second last row, third one already has 3 marks on left side. I have to get going now. The stream was very lovely as usual. Thank you so much, Epizone. Take care. Have a good rest of your Saturday. 2, 3. I wasn't even done. Game, please. I wasn't even done. Okay, I'm wrong with this. But whatever. Fine, I'm not right with that part. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. Looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones on the polling machine in the EB rooms. So that means you need to put some memory cards in here, right? Apparently. Also static sounds in here. Okay. Shouldn't be, but okay. How's it now? Okay. I hate this room. So this means 1, this is a 2, this is a 2, and it makes 0 sense that it is a 2. So this makes sense because it's a 2 there. But this means... No, actually I have no idea. I guess that's something. Not sure. Second last row. Second and third. What? Second last row is this one. Second and third. Last row, third. So this. Let us wait for confirmation. Okay. The second from second last. Okay, that means this is wrong, right? Okay. Are these puzzles able to refer the other sides of the room or just on wall? As far as I understand, it's always the wall you're facing. What are the squares for the number 3 on the last row? I don't know. Maybe it does refer to something on the other side. I don't know. Like, the explanation is so long and complicated. If it really wants you to understand what are the numbers on the opposite side of this cube, then they are just literally insane. I don't know. Look, I read the description and it is like, I don't know. They talked about West and East and things like that, but I don't know. I can back out to this, go down here. it said like it would explain it to me only once more, and so it did, and now it doesn't. So... Look, I just made a wild guess, okay? I don't know the solution. I don't have the solution. I just clicked. That's all I did. So because we have already pulled this out, you can already make the assumption that we are only going to work with this side here. And there will be nothing actually on this side, I think. By that logic, I would say, like, it's these two. And yet it has, like, numbers here. I don't know why. For some reason it might also be those two. Sure, why not? Maybe we can't even do anything here. On the right bottom corner. And to the left. It's next to the wall. What? Okay, look. Try again. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. On top of each other. Go to the next wall. Entirely? Like this wall? That is another wall. Go to the corner. That is left. What? I'm confused as hell. What? Okay, look, stop the noise, stop. First question, do I look at the right wall? Yes or no? Okay, to which side do I move now? Same as before, okay, so it's this wall, yes? 2 green squares need to go 1 step to the left. So they are next to the wall. Okay. Okay. Now we got it. Okay, let's see. We have things on this wall, we have things on this wall, and this wall. In other words, we actually have something to do here now. Okay, we have a memory card here. Oh, those missiles. They are darts. Look over here. I think that's a green memory card. Can't get it out though. Glass is covering it. Now the 3 missing squares on the right side of the same wall as last time can be clicked. I will check that out in a second. I think we can get some darts out though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. Okay. Okay, let's go back to this wall. Now the 3 missing squares on the right side of the same wall as last time can be clicked. I guess you mean these? There we go. Yeah, you were right. There's a red memory card behind the glass. There's a binder behind the glass. Okay, can't do anything with that. What am I supposed to do with them? How about you throw them as hard as you can at the glass that's covering the memory cards? Waste of time. That's reinforced glass. Darts aren't going to break it. If there are darts, then that means there's probably a dartboard around somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. A dartboard. Well, this could potentially count as one. No? Okay. Change the colors to the correct ones by clicking the hexagons and triangles. Remember that you only have 5 moves to complete the puzzle. Huh? I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Yes, you did. Oh well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. My assumption is that we have to turn everything red. The Choi. I mean, you can make 3 moves and turn most of it red. Then it's a question what you do with the next 2 moves. So it's not the correct solution. Why is the game like that? I never liked the original puzzle of this. Hi, Bob. We need to turn everything red. Because of this, we need to open this and everything is red. Hooray! Okay, I just guessed. Look, I didn't even think one moment if anything would make any sense. I just clicked on it and was like, whatever. Why do I solve these dumb puzzles by not thinking? This doesn't make any sense. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. I didn't even think about it. I'm not okay with this. This scares me. Okay. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. You have found instructions for the Q Chambers AB game. We did. So, to speak. Hints for the AB game Q edition. 3 people will definitely choose ally. 3 people will definitely choose betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. Yes, whatever that means. Still, we have darts, but nothing to play it on. It's red card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the red slot. Let's see what would happen if I put this in. Nope, nothing. You still got 2 empty slots. Reckon you would need more cards. You don't say. Then my best suggestion is that we probably missing something on this wall. One. would basically mean all of those, right? What is this? Oh, I wanted to look at my... Okay, like I said, just sometimes I just try stuff. It's not like I really understand the rules. A table. You can look around more by... Yeah, okay, cool. Why? Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. What? The direction of each side of each die must a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it. You can... Yeah, okay, I know that. Okay, let's give it a shot. What do you mean? I don't even have an indication where they need to move. I don't even know where to move them, and I don't even know which number should be facing up. I have no clue. Hi, Dusty. Welcome to Torture Pain Chamber number 69. I can't do this. I have no solution. What doing? I don't know. That's the thing. It basically presents me with a riddle that we already did before, but it doesn't give me like a solution that I have to look for. Huh? I can't figure it out. Yes, of course I can't figure it out. I don't think there's another... Huh? We did this. This only showed us, actually. This showed me the solution. No, this was the puzzle, and here's our solution. We can't do anything with this until we get all the memory cards. We have a puzzle here, but we have no solution to it. I haven't looked at this yet. Screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. Then we have this, which gives us darts. There's our memory card, but we cannot get it open. And this side seems to not be available at all to us. So, apparently we are still missing things? Is there anything else on the cube? That's a good question. So that is the lower part. We have that lower part. Why does it say 1? Why does it say 1? 1 to 1? 1 to 1? This shouldn't be 1. This specific part here shouldn't be 1. Why is this here? This makes sense. Like, it says 1 here, but this doesn't make sense. Plus 1/3 last square. What? On the 3rd last row. It has 1 on the 3rd last row. I guess a good start would be to write down every number, so... You are correct, Dusty, but so far I brute forced everything. Apart from Viv Noise's actual really good input. Last square on the 3rd last row. This here, yeah. This doesn't make sense, this one. Like here it says like adjacent to this is 1, which could be, would mean this. This also requires to go there. Yeah, so furthest one to the right. So there. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Hooray! We were both right. Oh joy. Oh joy. Oh no. How are you supposed to solve this? I don't even understand what I need to do here. That's a dartboard. Good job, Tenmyoji. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just this board is different from the normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You use it to hold pizza. I hope you don't mean the dartboard on the wall is holding pizza. Phi. I hope you mean this being used as like a coaster below the pizza, right? It just looks like a pizza, that's why she made the pizza joke. It's dumb. You can do both. You can, but it's foolish to do it on the wall. Try tossing those darts you just got at this board. Okay, game. Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. To throw a dart at the particular area, drag and drag. Yeah, okay. Huh? That's weird. I've sworn I've seen the darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts. Oh, great. And now I should remember the rules of that dart game, right? Pizza on the wall hanging from the darts. Not that anyone would eat it after. Oh, I bet with you a lot of people would eat it. Ah, for fuck's sake. What was it? The multiplicator outside is 1, then 2, then 3? Something like that, right? God, math at this time. Why would I ever do this to myself? 30, 48, 42. And... oh, for fuck. 50. Can I make 50 with blue? Okay, let's just retry this. Let's go with Dusty's first. Inner ring. Yeah, okay. You explained to me the exact rules. Yes, you're right. Do you know what the total you're trying to reach? 100. It's a 58. That's not what we try. 21. Be a 63. 33 with 45, 75. And then 25, but with red? That is not going to work. Nope. That's 11, that's 16, 9, 18, 27. 8, 16, 24, 24, 28, 28, 22, 28 is the highest that you can do. And now you just need a measly 45 points in red. Totally possible. Nope. Would you like to do some math? Look, here's the solution. Nice, I got 100% score. Aww. Actually, can you miss? No, you cannot miss. You're literally just dragging the dart onto a field you want. And you have to follow the color code of green, blue, red to score 100. So that would be 39. Damn, no creative problem solving allowed. Yes, because scripting, right? 16, 24, 24, 24. It is almost as if the game wants me to get 24 with blue. 7. 37. Can you form 37 with red? That is not going to happen. Scripting or like railroading? Yes. Well, we cannot form a 37. That's not going to happen. Nope. But a 33 is possible with red. So, let's say we form a 33, that would be a 67. So can we reach a 67 with the first two colors? That is a 4, a 34. Can we form a 34 with blue? That's gonna be a huge problem, right? A 28. A 28 is the highest we really can go with red, with blue, right? 16, 24, yeah. That's a 6, not a 9, right? Yeah. Is it? No, it's actually a 9. Okay. Yeah, but the highest with blue is 24, it's a 28. 28 is the highest we can form with blue. That's 80. That's 72. So, can we form 72 out of green and red? My brain. If we go up to there, then we have 33. 33. Can I form a 33 in red? No. Wait, I can. A 33 in red. Shit. I can form a 33 in red. So that is 42, 72, 8, 28. Where's the 28 in blue? There it is. And then 33. Fuck you, game. Why do I solve these puzzles? Why? Ah, piece of cake. Haha, hee hee. Smile. GG. Yay. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. As if he did throw those darts. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? The only thing I feel inside me is the void. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. Who knew? We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should have worn a catsuit. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. A what? A what? A what suit? Come again? Screen card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens if I put it into the slot. Apparently not. Nothing. Okay. Is the game seriously, like, in all seriousness, is the game expecting me to remember the figure and the colors and the numbers from the last riddle? From the last puzzle game? Because I will not know. There must be something else. Sweatsuit. I guess, yeah. Probably meant a sweatsuit. Have you tried pressing the wall panels? Yes. This here serves as an idea which panels we need to press. No, all puzzle rooms are self-contained. You know, at this point, I'm just like... It's literally Windows Minesweeper. So it's literally Minesweeper, where it will tell you which panels on the actual wall you need to click to open something. And I hate it. I can't even click that one. Between the table and the thing. There we go. There's your between the table and the thing. I cannot click this one, by the way. I can only click these. These 6 are not clickable. This is not clickable. Funny how the cube is a 7x7 grid, but we've got a janky 7.5. Yes. These top two rows don't matter at all, because you cannot even click them. Third last and second last row, third square. Third last and second last row. Third square. This is the third last row and the second last row. Third squares. Okay. Look, there is also something that there is maybe not even anything on this. I don't know. The thing is, my brain is basically like telling me fuck this entire room. That's why I don't really care too much what this cube is telling me. Because I don't care. I should care, but I don't. That's the worst part. I don't think that this still has something. I don't think so. I also don't think that this wall still has anything. It would also make no sense because, like, look, these are connected, these are connected. So there must be something on this wall. Somehow. So this is related to the left side. This is related to the left side. This is... okay. And 4. And 4. And this is 3. And 4. This is all related to the table. Right? Why does the second last row, third square? I don't know. Third last row. Third square. The one next to has 4, so maybe that one is as well. Third last row, second and third square. I like how this would be easier if I just wrote down the numbers in the memo, but I refuse. I'm just here to enjoy the torture. Can you check the upper squares in this cube, just to make sure? As on this one? These upper two will never have anything because they are like the ones we cannot actually see the first 2 rows from the top. You don't even have to bother with those. Third last row, first and second and third. I just want to be thorough. Ignore the first 2 rows. They don't exist. Those on the wall. Yeah. Good job. There are 4 books here. Well done, damn nice. You can look around. Yeah, I know. Jesus, game. Stop being complicated. Looks like 4 purple books. True. Let's go through each of them. What the? There's nothing written in here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh? Something's wrong? Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Just what? Well, there are some pictures, but put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. You have a picture of blue dye, a picture of a green dye, and a picture of a red dye. You can view them in the archives. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, I wanna die. Not happy about that. Why? Just why? Also, why is the game giving me only 3 colors to work with? It's horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, the joy. Let me guess. 2, 4, 6, 8. Of course, it's 8, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is wonderful. 6, 7. Yes, this is the most wonderful grid you have ever seen. I know. Fantastic. Drawing with the mouse is shit. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in the second row. 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is a 1. Can you read this one? Because I can't. I don't understand why they've chosen a dark blue, which you're basically never able to read. Which is horrible. Five, 2, 4, 5. Here it is a 1. Yes, put a B in there to know that this is a blue. And then I go 2 over here. And then 1 up, and then we have a 5 blue. Another one on 5. 5. 4th, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6. And then 2 to the right and 1 above, and that is a 2. Your B ended up as a square. True. That is true. The third row. 2, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 3. And then it goes 2 over. And 1 up. And this is a 4. Man, I'm looking forward to do this. So much fun. I want to vomit. Oh no, and I have to do all of this shit. Of course the grid is also different. I hate this game. Yeah, that looks like fun. So basically what you have to imagine is that this here, corner A, is here. Fun, right? So in other words, this blue die here is on the correct one. It just needs to move down 5, 4 actually, and as a 1. So we need to place the 1 here. Now we just need to know where the 1 is. It is there. And I just made it. I hate my brain sometimes because it's really good at this. Makes me wanna cry. Now we have to place a 3 next to it. A red 3. This doesn't work like that. This is almost correct, but it's not correct. Shit. Okay. Now we place a green 6 next to that. Wait, right next to it? Okay. Right next to it. Okay, and now we place a blue 5 above it. This would work that way, but it works this way instead. And then we need a red 4. I mean, I already see the 4, but it's not where it should be. Let him cook. Right? And then a 2 green. Why is this not working? Will you tell me why this is wrong? I literally did the pattern. There's only one reason this is not true, because that the corner A is wrong. And if that is true, and corner A is actually up here, then I can do this all over again, and I don't want to. Oh, that was fun. Okay. That's 2, 4, 5. There's no original. Original's in 3 pictures. Look, the pictures are different from what I'm looking at. Like, not like the numbers or anything, but like the layout. The layout is shown different than what I'm looking at. And that is the problem, because I have no reference point where the corner of this part, what I looked at on the photo, is. That is the worst part. But if this is correct, then it is 2, 4, 5. Two, 4, 5, and it must be here. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it must go there as a 4. Like this. I can understand that, Dusty. I do all this shit at this time, and you know what time it is. And I still don't go insane, strangely enough. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is correct. This is correct. Now I need to shove a green 2 next to this 4. So a 2, a 4. And now I need a blue 5 here. There we go. So 2, 4, 5. I need a green 6 below that. And now the red 3 next to it. If I can figure out where 3 is. There it is. How to 3. Shit. No, Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs, no. Why? Why are you doing this to me, Mr. Krabs? Right? 6, 3, and now I need a blue 1. But where is the 1? There's the 1. Damn it. Why is everything terrible? See, here, this is my reference. See how the reference is going like this? And this is not the same thing. That would be stupid if it was even that. Because I don't have the reference point. With the 2 and the 3. That would be dumb as fuck. No, I refuse. I literally refuse. No, I refuse to that. No. Okay, 2 and 3 must be showing. 2 and 3 must be showing. Okay, show me a 1. Show me a fucking 1. What the fuck? I can't even... What do you mean? Look at this. I cannot make it look 2 and 3 in the direction I'm looking at the dice. That's not even possible, because 2 and 3 is on this side. It doesn't matter if it's this or that. Why wouldn't the same dice be different? What? Why is this die different from this? Why is this different from the other? Why is this different? I hate this game. I hate this game. But here's the next question. Was the first try I did the correct one? Sleep well, Dusty. Thank you for dropping in, just like as Bob did. Probably was, yes. So in other words, this was on the correct thing. 2, 4, 5. So it would be go here. But I need the 1 up. Question is, how do I get the 1 there? Like this, but now it's facing the wrong. Don't forget to sleep. I will never sleep ever again. But thank you. You have a wonderful night's rest and good sleep. Thank you so much, Dusty. Now I have the 1 here, but it's not showing the correct sides. Because I need 2 and 3. So it wants this. Please murder me right now. I always get it at the right place, but with the wrong numbers. I can't get it on there with 2 and 3. I just can't. It's not possible. I can't. And I take the left side as reference point A. But that's not possible. So maybe it's not that. 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's this one. Would make even less sense. Okay. So this is a blue 1. Based on this, it's a 2, 3. Okay. Now I have to make a 5, 4, 1. A 5, 4, 1 that goes here. That is a 5, 4, 1. That would be blue, blue. So next would be red. So this. And this would be next to the blue. A 3, 2, 6. A 3, 2, 6. So this. It's basically this. So in other words, it means it will not work with this one. Now I don't know if there's a 2. A 3, 2, 6. So it should be correct. Next to that comes a green with a 6. A 6, 2, 4. A 6, 2, 4. That is wrong. A 6, 2, 4. That is also wrong. Maybe it's the wrong dice. 6. No. 6, 2, 4. That's what we need. But can I place it next to them? I'm not sure if I can with this one. I don't think this works. Six, 2, 4. 6, 2, 4. 6, 2, 4. Oh, God. Blue, red, green. Now it's a blue 5. A blue 5. 5, 4, 1. 5, 4, 1. 5, 4, 1. 5, 4, 1. Basically what I just see here. That's not the die I want to move. It's a 5, 4, 1, right? So 5, 4, 1. 5, 4, 1. Next would be a red 4. 4-1. 4-1. This is what I need. But not that. That's a 4-1. Yeah. That's a 4-1. So the last is a green 2. 2-3-1. 2-3-1. Two, 3-1. Basically this. I fucking hate this game. Got it. It was so easy. I had a feeling you could do it. I'm going to punch you in your nose. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it's open. Blue card, let's do with anything put into here. Would you look at that? Looks like you'd turn it on. I only look at this screen and all I wanna do is move to Japan and find those people who made this specific room. I will find those people who made this specific room. And then I will throw them into the cube. No, it makes me play some kind of stupid card game. Us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. Oh no, no. I know what this is going to do. I know what this is going to do, and we found a note about it. Us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. These here. C, D, E are solos consisting of a single person. Look, I like puzzle games for the challenge of making you think about it. But there's a difference between puzzle games and kind of have a challenge and fun, and puzzle games that are just made for the pure sense of pain. And these puzzles have a tendency to do the latter. First, move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left on the pair. Next, move the solo CDE to the blank areas on the left over solo. You can move them by sliding them the ladder icons. Okay. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with VS between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons between after you've placed them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose to vote for the US pair, either ally or betray. The result of your match will be displayed along with the result from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Oh. The reason I don't like this is because of this. Because of this. Because of this. This would be an easy puzzle if it would work with people being rational, but it's not. So out of all of these, 3 people will choose ally, 3 people will choose betray, and 1 person is going to mirror either ally or betray. He will mirror what his opponent is doing. Is the game serious? Did you just see what happened? So I do this and that is okay, and I choose ally, but the game displays the result that I just saw so shortly that I cannot even tell who chose what. This is ridiculous. You know? If the game would just tell me... You know? If the game would just literally tell me when I click here on ally and would stay on the result so I could make a mental note or a memo out of the result. It just goes like, and here are the results. 2 seconds pass and it's gone. It's like, how are you supposed to understand? You just can't. This is insanity. Think about it. The game literally wants you to memorize something within 2 seconds. That's not how people work. This is so stupid. And it's already done. Like, this is dumb. This is really stupid. I hate this puzzle. Yeah, I get it. I get what the game wants me to do, but it's just ridiculous to begin with. Why? Just why? You know what's the worst about all of this? We have a save here. In other words, if this is the last puzzle in the room, then you are supposed to play this game twice. Because otherwise you will not get 2 actual passwords. But you need 2, right? Oh god. I will solve this next time.